7届世界冠军，斯诺克运动的史上最佳火箭奥沙利文 ，7-time world champion, greatest player of all time, a living legend, the Rocket.
And he made a superb finish, O'Sullivan, back-to-back centuries to come through in a decider. So this is one of the real rivalries in the game, O'Sullivan Selby, and the good news is we've got all day to enjoy it. Ronnie O'Sullivan gets the first semi-final of the Shanghai Masters underway. I'm sure he's delighted to still be here. He really struggled yesterday until the end against John Higgins when he produced a sensational finish. And while all that was going on, this man, Mark Selby, himself was very impressive against Judd Trump. He made breaks of 75, 63, 87, 80 and 83. Very fluent performance to win 6-1. So here we go, 16-11 to O'Sullivan on the overall head-to-head. They've had many meetings in high-profile matches, in high-profile tournaments. This promises to be another cracker, and as I say, it's a two-session match, so we're going to enjoy all day. Alan McManus alongside me. Yeah, proper snooker rivalry, Alan.
Yeah, this is a biggie, isn't it? Yeah, lots of history, lots of matches, lots of big finals. They both had their moments against one another. Don't know what the feeling is today. Maybe, you know, you just try and have a feeling going into this type of match. Maybe Mark Selby, for me, is marginal favourite, but if there is a favourite, it's very tight indeed. I think he's played slightly better than Ronnie in his two matches so far. But this is another day, another dollar, another match.
Sort of feels like a final, doesn't it? We're down to one table here at the grand stage, and an all-day match. Quite unusual for semi-finals these days, for it to be two sessions. O'Sullivan first in. He really should be on the plane home now, shouldn't he? But the fact is, Higgins didn't put him away, and O'Sullivan at the end yesterday was sensational, actually, in closing it out. First visit he had in each of the last two frames, that was it, done. So he's extended his record of 17 matches in a row he's won in Shanghai. Still hasn't lost since 2016 here.
Nine.
There's no bigger critic than Ronnie O'Sullivan himself, actually.
16.
And he's been quite critical of himself, the way that he's played so far in this tournament. But the old magic is still there, isn't it? The way he produced against John Higgins, especially in that decider. The long red to get the match-winning century underway was sensational.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 16.
Well, just didn't get on the red there. He showed great patience yesterday against Higgins when he was struggling. I mean, he didn't make a 50 break until that first century, but he kept his head up, and that attitude was a large part of why he was still able to win the match, I think. He'll need that today, of course, against Selby. He actually said, Ronnie, yesterday in one of the interviews, that he said, I've played garbage for 18 months, and that's a typical sort of overstatement. However, it's true that in that period, since he won his 7th world title, he hasn't won a ranking event. So he hasn't been at his best, certainly. But sometimes you just need to battle, and that's what he did yesterday. So safety error from O'Sullivan gives Selby an opening. And as I say, yesterday against Trump, it was all breaks. It wasn't the sort of the tactical game. I mean, I'm sure the safety game obviously was part of how he was getting the chances, but it was a very fluid match, that. Fluid performance from Selby.
Yeah, you'd go as far as to say it's the best match he's played in probably
7.
it's 2 or 3 years. Of course, we know all about Judd in recent times. He's looked
8.
like getting back to somewhere near his best form. So to close him out the way he did with, what was it, 48 points he allowed Judd in the last, well, the 6 frames. Judd won the first. 48 points was all he got.
15.
That's the thing with Selby, it's what makes him so hard to beat. If he was just a scrapper, you know, you could find a way to play him. You maybe open the balls up and, you know, force him to take a few on, but the fact is he can score, so it makes him very dangerous.
16.
Yeah, nice and low in the black tells us there's no reds on, so it's into the bunch. Good split, good action on the cue ball. It's a bit
23.
Unfortunate. I would expect it to have a better leave than what he's got. Very thin, this got back red. It's a good indication of sharpness of a player, that type of shot. It's one of those shots where, are you seeing it well, you know, those thin clips. So must have settled nicely early on.
Yes, and although O'Sullivan leads the overall head-to-head 16 wins
26.
to 11 in multi-session matches, Selby just holds the edge 6-5, in finals 6-3, so when it's been a match of more than one session, he's come out on top more times. Of course, you know, some of those have been at the Crucible, some memorable matches actually that they played against each other. And Mark Selby, uniquely in snooker, has actually beaten O'Sullivan in the final of all the 3 Triple Crown tournaments, the Masters, the UK Championship and the World Championship. That's quite a feat, really, against the greatest there's ever been.
27.
Always a risk playing that type of cannon. He's going to have to impart just a little bit of left hand side on this. Clearly can't get through naturally. No, just on the high side, so
34.
those are the margins, aren't they? Literally a millimetre or two away from looking like securing frame 1.
One. Eight. Nine.
Yeah, his physical attributes we know about, the ability
15.
to play shots, but he's also brilliant at picking this type of table apart. He obviously is going to need those 2 reds by his bridge hand there, but they're a nice target.
16.
In a funny sort of way, it's better that he's got the 2 reds there because they offer such a big target. So if and when he gets a nice angle on a colour,
23.
you'd expect him to be able to open the 2 reds. And there it is off the blue. Absolutely perfect, natural. Virtually guaranteed contact on hopefully both of them. And that might be okay.
29. RonnieO'Sullivan, 29.
Well, he was still on the red, but he hasn't potted it, so dramatic start. It's a long match this, but this opening frame just feels big as 2 players look to settle down. You can see O'Sullivan annoyed there. It's actually only their second meeting in China, and their first was 21 years ago, 2002. It was here in Shanghai in the China Open in the quarterfinals. Selby was only 18, but yeah, she won that match, but not played each other in China since, until today.
Five. Six. Nine.
Decisions then. Does he formulate a plan to drop in behind the red? Of course, he's a right-hander and doesn't use his left, so it would be tough with the rest.
10.
Yeah, a bit straight for comfort, so it's going to be yellow. Straight, of course, on the green. But as I say, decision time. Do you play to remove the red or drop in behind it? He always plays the smart shot, does Mark. Yes, it's gone wrong, but the fact that he knew that the cue ball's going to finish close to the red, he can dictate from here, which we know he's pretty good at, to say the least. See, that little moves like that, he's genius. He knows that playing the positional shot, if you play to knock it out and miss it, you lose the cue ball. He's just such a smart player. You get down to this type of situation.
Don't often get a whoop, do you, for a snooker escape, but it was well played, and there's a huge crowd in, as it has been all week. And now, of course, just one table. So no distractions from the other side. What a lineup as well. I mean, you know, you got this match tomorrow. We've got Neil Robertson and Luca Brissell. Just a terrific last four. And although this is a long match, and we're a long way before the end of it, nothing is going to be given away cheaply in this match, is it? These two great competitors, particularly when they play each other. Well, I say nothing's going to be given away cheaply. It was not a good safety, was it, from Selby? And it's a good pot from O'Sullivan. Unusual for Selby.
Yeah, here's a tester then. It's always awkward. Cueing on the knuckle of the middle pocket. Just potted it thin.
10.
Hence almost losing the cue ball, but he's just okay. Got a check of the scoreboard. So brown and blue.
13.
Yeah, they've both had chances in this frame. O'Sullivan is always dangerous,
17.
but he's a bit of a reprieve man here. He should have lost yesterday, so if anything, that makes him more dangerous than ever. Just checking the scores again. He needs the blue. And there's the applause that tells you that barring snookers, he's going to be one
22.
frame up. He's already playing better today than he was yesterday, barring the last two frames. So we're off and running. Mark Selby to get frame 2 of a possible 19 underway. First semi-final of the Shanghai Masters here at the grand stage. Look at that, wow. That's incredible.
Yeah, that is a sign that it's a brand new cloth on the table for the semi-finals. Playing that shot from the greens half of the table, as we call it, playing it with lots of left-hand side, it pushes in towards the bunch on a brand new cloth, a fraction more. And he didn't get the last red of the bunch, he got the second last red, just a tiny piece of it. Cue ball gone wide.
So he's given O'Sullivan an immediate scoring opportunity. Which has gone wrong.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 1.
Do you know, I was just thinking the same thing with that shot. If you're going to miss with that type of shot on a brand new bed, you'll miss it thick. The same as Mark's break-off. Don't want to put the mockers on him here, but here's another one. If you miss this, it would be thick generally.
One.
Good pot though.
I just think that though also when these two play, it's like every frame's a decider. They don't want to lose any frames to each other, do they? I think we saw that in the opener. It's good to have a little edge to a match, I think. There's a lot of history between them. They play differently. They're different characters. It all adds to the mix, and I'm sure people watching will have firm opinions on who they want to win.
7.
Okay, so into the bunch. He's got to actually to play this with a little bit of bottom in the cue ball. Oh, that's fantastic. That really is brilliant. That's just unlucky. He did have a look at it.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 7.
But He obviously felt the 3-ball plant he couldn't make contact with. He missed the first red, the loose one. And a bit unfortunate, but that's all in the running of the game. It's part of it. So can Ronnie pounce?
One. Seven. Eight. Fourteen.
Nice reaction
15.
that, isn't it, off this bedcloth? Will help both players. It's not a brilliant target from the blue. A bunch of reds. It's just kind of easy to slip off the edge of them. It's not a square-on target, so just trying to calculate what's my odds, what's the best shot to play, where's the value. Decision, I think, not to press by this time.
$21.
Yeah, but that spoiled it. Yeah, the blue's not even on because he can do precious little with a cue ball.
$24. $25.
That's the shot of the match so far, to get just the correct angle on this black to nudge the reds. Beautifully played. Wow.
Yes, and if you were with us yesterday, you know, he was not playing this well early in the match. He was really struggling and scrapping, but having found something at the end of that match with John Higgins, he comes into today, I think, feeling a lot better and already playing a lot better. What a chance then for 2-0.
$33.
Yeah, those last three shots were of the highest quality. The green, good pot, the control off the long red, the mid-distance one, and then the touch to get the reds in the open.
38. $39.
Selby, of course, went on the attack. He went into the reds off the black, but not one in the right middle.
$45. $46.
Yeah, he just didn't get quite high enough off that last pink. He's given himself a problem. Last thing he needs on pinch frame one is to present a gift to his opponent. Yeah. That was a wee bit of pressure as well. As David said, every frame is massive when these two play.
Well, the black would have put him 53 in front with 51 on, but he didn't pot it. So an outside chance for Selby here.
Black ball.
Yeah, Ronnie traditionally, as we know down the years, has been the best front runner the game's ever seen. But if there's one opponent that he might feel he needs to get away from, especially early in a multi-session match, it's that guy there. Because no lead in a multi-session match is ever big enough against Mark. We know that from
16
history.
$17.
Yeah, he's looking at the natural, just to miss the left on the yellow on the left of it. That's what he's looking at. Obviously, he doesn't quite fancy it, so through the gap and back through the same gap, played it lovely.
22.
One thing he's got to be mindful here is to hit this a bit harder because of the new cloth, the softer cushions. You've got to beat that bulk line, remember. So an extra ounce of pace.
27.
Just gone awkward. Going to have to go twice across here for the pink to the same pocket.
Yeah, the green struggled in, didn't it? That's where it started. Came wrong on the blue, now he's snookered on the pink.
Selby, 36.
So he was favourite to make the clearance, but it's easy to say that. He's got to do it. His frame's still in the balance.
Yeah, the tension is there for all to feel. Side to side then.
Yeah, just as much as O'Sullivan, he's certainly wary of Selby and his abilities. The opposite is true as well, of course. Just a little extra edge to the attempted clearance for Selby, knowing it would be a big blow to land.
Yeah, that certainly wasn't the plan. Complete miss-hit there by Ronnie. He's been fortunate not to leave anything. Yeah, and it's not even easy to get distance between them, so Mark almost having to force to play the containing safety shot. Of course, Ronnie with a 10-point lead is holding the aces. Something I'm going to labour the point, but again it's the thick miss. When you play with a bit of side, it slides more, you miss it thick. Let's see this then. Same thing again. It's playing a part in this match early on. Both players haven't quite adjusted. Ronnie sort of having a wry smile to himself there. That's a telling smile. It's like, yeah, I've not quite gotten to grips with the conditions as yet. Alright, the pink's on, but boy, it's a toughie.
You'd think this was 9 each, wouldn't you? It's already a great battle. Of course, O'Sullivan missed frame ball black initially when he was in, and then Mark Selby attempted to make the clearance, eventually snooking himself on this pink. Speculative double was worth a pop, wasn't it? This is a nasty one. This is where the 10-point difference comes into play. Mark got to park this pink ball. Oh, that's sensational.
That is fabulous. Great shot. More the fact that he's 10 behind, he can't afford to leave a shot to nothing.
Yeah, this time pink has not run safe. O'Sullivan just needs the pink.
Yeah, it's been like a long, drawn-out rally in tennis on this pink ball.
Well, if it's going to be like this all day, this match is going to take some winning. 2 frames that could have gone either way, they've both gone. Fact is, he's in front. They play 9 frames in our opening session here. First to 10 to play the Neil Robertson or Luca Purcell in Sunday's showpiece final. Yeah, of course, conditions are, you have to adapt to them wherever you play snooker, but traditionally here in China it can be a struggle. We saw it yesterday, particularly with O'Sullivan wiping his cue down a lot in the early stages. Well, that sounded like a kick, which was meant to, the cue ball has not found its way to the top cushion.
Yeah, quite rare these days, but that was thunderous, that one, wasn't it? So 1 or 2 early things just not going Mark's way. The red in the previous frame knocking the 3-ball plant in the right middle, getting a thunderous kick
8
to give this chance to O'Sullivan.
9
Yeah, bit straight to go direct, so it's 2 cushions into the bunch.
Ronnie O'Sullivan 14. Mark Selby 4.
Well, that'll annoy him because he was in a way a little fortunate to be on the red in the first place. He only really just sort of nudged the pack, but as you can see, cue ball found its way to that middle pocket. There's been a lot of incident already in this match.
Oi, oi, oi. You don't get to hit the cue ball any better than that. Just off straight.
Just another sort of half roll there. He would have been nicely on the red, right at the black. Even so, cuts that one in. Well, there'll be a lot of O'Sullivan fans here, and they'll be liking what they're seeing so far. He looks sharp.
Yeah, hasn't quite got the pace just yet.
9.
Which is not like him.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 9.
He hangs his head as well, he might. But Mark Selby now needs to get going in this match. He could have won the first 2 frames. They've not actually played each other for a while. You know, there was a time when every tournament they seemed to meet, but the last meeting was the final of the Scottish Open 2020. That was actually in Milton Keynes because it was in the lockdown. Selby was very dominant. He won 9-3. That was a few months after the pretty infamous semi-final at the Crucible, the World Championship, when O'Sullivan, in rather unorthodox fashion, turned it round at the end and won in a decider.
7. 13. 14.
Yeah, I know there's a long way to go, but
20.
5 pinks from here is 35. 36 in front with 2 difficult reds left.
21.
So if and when he got that far, he just need to drop the last red in and say that's all in the future, but it might be something that he'll have already calculated. But it's important he stays on pinks.
27. 28. 34.
Yeah, so he could potentially allow himself 1 blue. To be able to only need that red on the left cushion.
41.
I don't know whether he has designs on lifting the red by the black
47.
off this shot, but it is a risk, excuse me, and one that he doesn't have to take. He's just considering whether there's value in it. It is a risk though, doesn't have to. Red, pink, red would be enough. Yeah, so he's not playing it.
48.
But he's gone wrong. 2 straight's no good. Go as far as to say it's going to be end of break. Nothing he can do from this. So Ronnie will be coming back, barring a double.
54. Mark Selby, 54. Foul.
Yeah, referee calls foul. It might be worth another look. It was very close, wasn't it?
Miss. Mark Selby, 7.
Well, even Selby's not sure.
Yeah, this is good by Mark Selby, isn't it? Because he obviously feels it was incredibly close, which it was. And he's asking for a look. He wants to win the correct way.
Well, it's shades of when he won this title, isn't it? The Shanghai Masters with the... It wasn't clear from out of a snooker whether it was red or pink on that occasion.
Yeah.
The referee's spoken to the marker, who
First.
is confirming
It's a miss.
black first. Let's have a look. Well, that angle's not great actually to clear it up. Referee Wang Wei, and the marker's Peggy Lee.
Yes, obviously a super slow-mo would be good. You know, well, decision has been made. And of course Ronnie is not one to argue, but you know, he just lets the referees do their job.
这个红球动了动。
Well, in fact, it's not Peggy Lee, it's Queenie Lou, the other official. But the foul's going to stand. They're just putting the balls back now for the miss. Don't think the points have actually gone on the graphic, have they? It's now 42 in it, so 43 on.
Yeah, it was excellent by Mark, wasn't it? Questioning. Here it is again. Oh, that is close, isn't it? There's an argument it was red first, isn't there? I mean,
Yeah.
very marginal, but
It's actually a bit of a nightmare for referees, that. He called it immediately. He was convinced. Obviously, he's right down there on the floor. Sullivan's not getting involved at all.
yeah, it's good. It's brilliant by both players, actually. Ronnie is accepting of whatever call is made, but Mark wants it to be the correct call because he's the beneficiary, of course, of the foul that is called. But he wants it to be right and correct. Not saying it's not, but it might have been worth, you know, 2 or 3 looks just to be absolutely crystal whether it was indeed a foul. I'm sure it's one that'll be played a few times on social media and such like, but
quite convinced cue ball's in the right spot. Must hit a red this time, of course, otherwise he needs a snooker. Yeah, it's going to be onto the middle, is it? I thought at first it was going to stop dead in line with the middle pocket.
It's very classy by both players there. I mean, Ronnie on the second attempt, he won't play it unless he feels it's exactly as it was first time round. Brilliant by both.
Yeah, I mean, that could have been all quite controversial, couldn't it? But in fact, as you say, the two players conducted themselves well, and in the end, actually, regardless of the foul, Selby just needed a red, which he got.
Mark Selby 7. And frame.
And he's won his first frame. He made a 54 break. It was important, even in a long match, for him to get involved. That's what he's done. So a fascinating start here. Let's see if his break-off shot here is more successful than the last one that he played 2 frames ago.
Yeah, terrific pot, just the thin clip in the yellow spoiling position.
RonnieO'Sullivan 1.
You can't beat these long matches, can't you not? First to 10, best to 19, it's almost like 4 matches all condensed into one. Of course, and it's all day, which I think makes it even better. Of course, at the Crucible, 9 times out of 10, it's a 2-day affair. So this first, well, quarter of the match, let's say, is going to see who's going to emerge victorious, or is Mark Selby going to level things up going into that first interval. Big frame, the one before the break. Been a feature of it, the thick miss, playing with pace and spin. So far, brand new cloth, it's just a symptom of it. It's one of those things as well, as a player, you get used to playing shots a certain way, but you know on a brand new cloth you've got to aim a bit thinner, but it's difficult to change the habit of a lifetime. You know you've got to do it, but it's difficult to force yourself. No messing into the bunch then. Sorry, my mistake, just playing on the one loose one.
12.
All these players, of course, are so accomplished at building a break this way rather than going in early at the first time of asking.
13.
Pack's a nice target from the right wing, cue ball wise.
20.
Obviously 2 straight, so have to settle for
21.
the side that he's on, but this is a wee bit more tricky to get the reds moving. Got to use full power. Yeah, all in all, well played.
28.
Got that double spin. Just to release the cue ball.
Mark Selby, 29.
Well, just when he looked like he'd done a lot of the hard work getting the reds into play, he's missed the green and handed the initiative back to O'Sullivan.
One.
Yeah, he left it about as awkward as he could, didn't he? Bridging over the, queuing over the red. So, just sort of scrambling now to recover the situation. This is the problem, isn't it, when you just lose prime position? You, as I say, you're sort of scrambling to recover.
Yeah, it's times like this you just got to try and keep a lid on it. And this is tricky, the drop in behind, because he's playing almost across the baulk line where the
RonnieO'Sullivan, 9.
the slate line can be, and it can just throw the cue ball offline, but negotiated well.
It's one of the reasons, and there are several of them, that people still talk about the Alex Higgins break against Jimmy White back in 1982, that match clinching clearance, because he was basically never in position in that break, but the sort of wonder pots kept flying in, and of course the point in the match, a frame down, a frame away from losing, made it even more thrilling.
Yeah, it was sad news this week to lose Perry Mans, wasn't it? Very much of that era. Great South African player. World Championship runner-up 45 years ago.
One.
I'm just going to predict now Mark Selby's going to have to just lunge at this next shot.
RonnieO'Sullivan, 1.
It's a hit and hope coming up, I feel. You never say never with this guy, with his powers of getting out of snookers and picking at almost the impossible spot, but I think this is going to be hit and hope. What he does though, he always looks, is there a way that I can design the shot to give myself a chance of playing it skillfully? It'll be a last resort, the one with lots of pace. But the other thing with a 18-point lead and having a lunge at this, there's every chance he can push a red or two safe, which of course would help him. It's not the Selby way. He's looking for something, as I say, on a more skillful level. That is unbelievable. That is an unbelievably good shot. He's thinking, if I get the red full ball, I push it to the cushion, and yes, I'm leaving a couple of options, but I've maybe got a red safe and not leaving a sitter. I do think at least 90% of players on the tour wouldn't have even tried that. They just, you know, full pace and hope to push a red safe.
It's a proper old match this, isn't it? Neither player giving anything. Selby in trouble again.
Yeah, where there's a strong will, there's a way, but how did he get out of this one? In the straitjacket. Incredible. Again, okay, he's left one, but with some effort. And he's got his reward. He just never makes it easy for you, does he? That's the point of it. You think you've got him in jail, you've got him nailed, and he's got nowhere to go. And he leaves you a shot you don't really want to be playing. Next thing you know, he's got quite a straightforward chance to draw level at 2-2.
Yeah, he's an incredible character, really, Mark Selby. That toughness, you just can't sort of demoralise him at any point, even if you're sort of 7-0 up. And it's only 2-1 in this match.
5.
That strength of characters, of course, seen him turn around a lot of matches over the years, not least when they played in the World Final 2014, and of course he'd had that bruising semi-final the night before. First day just hung on, second day took control. He looked like he might do it again this year, didn't he, against Luca Brissell in that final session. Seemed to have got his man, but Luca, to his great credit, stood tall at the end. We'll see him tomorrow, of course, against Neil Robertson.
13.
So this red, to make it 2-2, is a sort of match you can't sort of tune in, can you, towards the end? You've got to watch it from the start when these two play each other. It's always fascinating. There's been a lot happening already, and plenty more to come. 5 more frames, so someone will be in front coming back tonight. You wouldn't want to predict 2 right now, though. O'Sullivan had him in a nasty snooker behind that brown. Selby, he sort of winced as he escaped. He played a really good shot, left a half chance. O'Sullivan couldn't convert it. And Selby, already in front, has done the rest.
29.
Yeah, you won't meet a nicer fellow off the table, but
36.
how durable he is in match situations like that one we saw is incredible.
36 and
So Ronnie O'Sullivan won the first 2 frames. Mark Selby has taken the next 2. It could have been any score, actually. They both had chances. O'Sullivan just sort of testing the table. Crowd enjoying it. It's one of the great rivalries in modern snooker, this, Ronnie O'Sullivan against Mark Selby. And as they go to the interval, so Ronnie O'Sullivan to restart this first semi-final of the Shanghai Masters. It's 2-2 with Mark Selby. It was 2-0 to O'Sullivan, but Selby won those 2 frames before the interval. There's 5 more to come in this session.
Yeah, the match hasn't quite caught fire as we expected so far. No big breaks. Both are clearly well aware of one another. But at some stage I think you'll expect some big numbers to be put together. Mark Selby's scored marginally better so far in this tournament than Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Tap on the table from O'Sullivan. There's great respect here as snooker players. They're not necessarily going to be out for dinner together, but in terms of snooker, they fully respect one another's abilities.
Yeah, those days and those performances like Mark had against Judd Trump, where he completely froze the Masters champion out of that match, they don't come along all that often. Where it's complete domination. So you have to sometimes temper your expectations. Of course, Mark's well aware of that. He knows that it was always going to be a tough contest, this match. In some way you've got to pace yourself. You want to score, of course you do. You want to go put some big numbers together, win 2, 3, 4 frames on the spin, but it doesn't always happen that way. You've got to tough it out and That's what he does.
Yeah, I think what links these two, when they play sort of different game, they're different characters, but what links them is they both, I think, always feel they're not quite playing well enough. Even when they play well, they don't get carried away. They always think there's room for improvement. Selby, you know, he's thought a lot about his game and has sort of sought advice from various people. And we've heard O'Sullivan many times talk about he thinks he's not playing any good, even though to the rest of us it looks good. So they don't rest on their laurels, which maybe explains why they've been so successful.
Yeah, that last escape by Mark is fast becoming a shot. It's like a black off the spot for him. You just expect the thin glance. So accomplished at escaping, as he showed in the first 4 frames. Always seems to find a way. He's going to have to find one here again. Keep Ronnie at bay. There's no obvious leave in terms of the cue ball down this end. Yeah, so he's thinking about playing thick off one of the reds near the bunch here. Half ball. Cue ball up on the green ball line. Excellent.
Holds his hand up and he's gutted he didn't get a kiss on the green. But little fluke. I mean, it was a good safety, that's the bottom line.
Yeah, the percentage play is cue ball in the sanctuary of the baulk cushion here.
Selby, 1.
And as usual, he's pretty much found the most difficult spot. Ronnie to return the compliment. Yeah, so for once, misjudgment.
One. Six. Seven. $14.
Ronnie spoke quite a lot in the past about being out there and trying umpteen different cue actions. I get the sense that he's actually doing it right now. See, it looks a bit different. It's not obvious, but I feel like he's playing around with his action right now. Do you see that? It's more of a kind of a standard cue action. He's usually quite a little shorter than that, and you know, not as back and forth, so to speak. I think he's just trying to find something out there.
26.
It doesn't look like a massive difference, but to him it will feel totally different. See that? Just a subtle change, but in some ways fighting against himself at the moment.
30.
Still getting the job done.
31.
You'd think it's worth the gamble. Plough into these reds. But deciding to go about it in a more meticulous fashion now. The cannon, don't take your eye off the pot.
Well, it could have worked out better, couldn't it? Could have been left with a more straightforward red to continue. Yeah, and it stayed out.
RonnieO'Sullivan, 42.
It's been that sort of match, really. Neither player sort of got away from the other in any of the frames. Yeah, just think for that reason, to me it's quite apparent that Ronnie's experimenting out there. Not so Mark Selby. I think he's more in tune with his own game. Selby's going to be defending the English Open title pretty soon, a few weeks' time in Brentwood. That will kick off our home nation's coverage for another year. He also won the WST Classic. That was the replacement event for the Turkish Masters last season in Leicester.
14.
If you can win 2 ranking events in a season, that's really good these days because the game is so competitive. Of course, he also got to the World Final.
15.
Yeah, it's developing nicely, this
22.
little break. The hard work's about to start, obviously, but I think he'd be keen to get the pink back in its spot off this red.
23.
Deciding to wait it out. Yeah, but the hard work starts after this next red. Just checking. You play low in the pink to attempt to promote one of the reds.
$31.
So that's the shot. So they won't be playing in behind it.
$37. Mark Selby, 37.
Yeah, he leaves the table back in the frame, obviously, but he's very disappointed with that shot because he knows he's given Ronnie a free hit here. And he's taken full advantage. That's a brilliant shot. That's why when Mark left the table, he was very concerned. There may be a thin piece of red paint sticking out, but he doesn't have a lot that he can do with it. So he's in a bit of trouble. All in all, well negotiated. You only find the shot to nothing to get total control, though. Yes, he can. The trouble is, again, with Mark coming this next shot in from tight behind the green, it's twice across, and you fancy him to rest on the red, no problem.
RonnieO'Sullivan, 1.
One of those, as long as you don't overhit this. Yeah, proper snooker shot that. Keep the cue ball in the left wing and the red on the right for cover.
Okay.
Cue ball. Oh wow, what a difference that makes. Good grief.
Oh, can he pot this? I think he can. I think there's a gap. Not saying it's easy, far from it. It's about as far a distance as you can get in a snooker table, obviously between cue ball and red, but is the pot on? Right, there you go. Brilliant.
Fair to say it would have been a lot easier with cue ball in hand, but he's knocked it in anyway.
It's okay.
It feels like every frame is like a match in itself, and there's still work to do here, to say the least, to win this one. Well, just checking the scores. If your pot's this brown, Selby needs a snooker. Another frame which was in the balance. Well, it's one snooker required. If that blue goes in, then it's definitely O'Sullivan's frame.
Yeah, not only trying to get in behind black, but being mindful of putting the pink in the middle of the table. This guy never misses a trick. He just always asks another question of you. You see, for him the snooker's no good if the pink's remotely near a cushion. The other thing for Ronnie here with this escape, depending which way he plays it, got to be careful of the in-off in the bottom left corner. Oh. Breathe a huge sigh of relief.
It's just relentless.
Yeah, now here's a half chance. Yeah, the only thing, he obviously is looking to get the cue ball just below the right middle pocket of the first cushion, but can he get the pink away from the cushion at the same time? He feels that he can't, so looking for something different. See, he's trying to get the pink away from a cushion. That was why he went the other way. He would have felt and calculated, I can maybe get the snooker the conventional way off the right half of the pink, but I've got to get the pink away from a cushion. Anyway, frame ball. And this time in it goes.
You always have to earn the frame against Mark Selby, and Ronnie O'Sullivan has done exactly that. So, having lost the 2.
Mark Selby to break.
So Mark Selby trails 3-2 as he gets frame 6 underway. The signs are it's going to be close coming back tonight, but having said that, if O'Sullivan could find top form, you know, he could take some sort of lead, maybe quite a big one into the evening. So these next few frames still crucial. Same applies for Selby, of course. He could be 6-3 up at the end of this session. Okay, so a glancing blow, it would seem, on the edge of the bunch. Yeah, just got it a fraction full. Just looking to release the cue ball.
16.
I suppose the good news with this shot, it's almost a shot to nothing, you would think. And it might be a shot to something.
17.
If he can slice this black in. Missed one earlier, very similar to the far jaw, the thick side of it. Won't be at the forefront of his mind, but he will remember. Players do that. Just a slight distraction. I think the way he played it was smart. He didn't try to overplay it, just thought, right, make sure the pot, don't get too ambitious with a bunch of reds.
$25.
Yeah, if this was in practice, he'd be playing the pink to the corner. But I don't think, as I said before, he's not quite in tune with what he's trying to do out there. Certain hesitancy about O'Sullivan today so far. He's not laying his cue ball often enough right in behind the next shot. Workmanlike performance so far continuing. And he's not timing it.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 29.
He just isn't timing it. I do think, and I'm repeating myself, yes, but I do think he's chopping and changing with his cue action out there. I know he's done it a lot in the past. It looks to me, at least, that that's definitely going on. The other sign that I think confirms that is the fact that he is losing his cue ball. He's not in a rhythm, the flow that he'd like to be.
Yes, and I'm sure Selby obviously will have picked up on that himself. Mark Selby's the sort of character, he knows, he turns up at a venue, knows everything that's happening. He knows all the results, what everyone's doing. They've only had one half century in this match, 54 from Selby in frame 3. So neither player necessarily fully attuned to conditions.
Mark Selby, 8. Foul and miss. Mark Selby, 4. Got it. In terms of general sort
sort of discipline. This is what O'Sullivan was like yesterday with John Higgins. He certainly won a couple of frames early on there that, you know, in other environments he might not have done. And he did keep his focus so that when John Higgins started to struggle to kill it off, he was ready to step up. He actually said afterwards, you know, in maybe a multi-table event in the UK, he wouldn't have done. He said that himself. You know, with Selby, that won't be an issue, of course. Wherever he is in the world, that's how he'll be.
Yeah, deliberately played, no apology, and the pot was good. I think even better is the angle he has on the brown if he wants to attack the bunch. It's absolutely perfect. The red on the extreme left of the bunch, there's potential for that springing the black and red into play as well, if he contacts that red. Oh, just missed it. Just missed it.
5.
It's been a little feature actually today. The splits they've been getting haven't been necessarily always the best. But still a chance to continue here, red to middle. And he's freed black with a little cannon. He maybe doesn't get enough credit as a shot maker, Selby. I mean, we've seen the red he's got in with, which is brilliant. He sees everything. Remember last season that treble that he pulled off in the middle of a 147, incredible shot. So what a chance.
13.
Yeah, again, 3 shots of supreme quality to set this up. The cannon into the bunch was beautifully played pace-wise. Didn't get his reward, but that red to middle, just caressed that other red away from it, has given him a decent chance. And now 4 in front, so 5 reds, 5 blacks from here would be 44 with 43 on.
21.
Not crucial that he stays on
22.
the black, but it would be helpful. Do not need any of the 2 tricky reds. But he can't do that now, so no cause for immediate alarm, nothing like that. But it changes. What he's got to achieve when the frame at this visit.
$35. $36.
Red just struggled in. There haven't really been any sort of clean frames, have there? They've all been competitive. This one, the same. Selby wiping his cue down as well.
38. $39. 46. 47.
Yeah, just he's absolutely bolt straight in this black, so can't quite get the cue ball as close to the red as he would like. Trying to force it. Not bad, but as I said earlier, he was always going to need
54.
one of these reds, so potential frame ball, no heroics.
There it is, one snooker needed. Make sure the black, this is the highest break of the match actually, by the player. At the moment, you just feel tonight it's going to be
62.
close at the finish. We'll see. One of them may pull away. It's not happened though in the first session yet.
63.
Yeah, I just feel that Mark's marginally the stronger player. Ronnie had his chance early in this frame, kept losing his cue ball. I just think Mark's, of the two, looks more likely to score.
Mark Selby, 63.
Well, he's made
And
63 there. That's the highest break of the day so far. So all square again with 3 to play in this session. Ronnie O'Sullivan and Mark Selby are locked together at 3-3.
Round 7, Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
Frame 7 of a possible 19. 3 each between Ronnie O'Sullivan and Mark Selby here in Shanghai.
One.
Yeah, tough shot this yellow. Ronnie will know before Mark does whether it's on target. Yep. Just lost his cue ball. Good pot. Just the minute he struck it there, I felt he overcooked it. Of course, the pot was more important, I suppose.
Mark Selby, 3.
Yeah, the other thing he does, Mark, as we know, and Ronnie's the same in a lot of ways, but he'll always give you a good workout when you come up against him. You're going to spend a lot of time wearing out the carpet up there, the bulk end.
Yeah, I think that's why when O'Sullivan beat him in that semi-final at the World Championship a couple of years ago now, it was one of his best ever wins, O'Sullivan, because that's a 3-day match, 4 sessions, and he was struggling early on in it. Selby took a bit early control, and okay, it was a bit unorthodox how O'Sullivan won it, but he stuck in there. You know, even when they played in the final, that was only 2 days. The semi-final's 3 days, the way it pans out in the schedule. So, because of how it ended, there was a lot of sort of talk about his approach, but credit to him for just staying in there with Selby. Of course, went on to win, that was his 6th world title. No damage done there. Yeah, that was, of course, that was the final day of that was possibly the most extraordinary day of snooker we've ever seen after the Kyron Wilson Anthony McGill match in the afternoon. course, I mean, a 3-day match is a long one, but you know, going back a few decades, the World Final used to last for several weeks. Did need a bit of mental fortitude to cope with that.
Yeah, the crowd as much as the players. So the deadlock has been broken. His friend Ronnie searching still. Both players are searching for rhythm that we're used to seeing. That was a sweet piece of cueing.
8. Nine.
Of course, as we know, he's one of those that 1 or 2 shots can click him into gear. That type of inspirational player. He can maybe play one. The last couple of screw shots have been well timed. So, see, play a couple of shots like that properly, all of a sudden he gets a feel. Not so much a technical idea, just a feel. As we know, he can be off and running.
17.
Yeah, again, going into the bunch, just landing awkward. Played it nicely, found the gap, screwed them, get the cue ball into the open, fully expect to be on one. I know he can play left-handed, but this is awkward bridging. Fortunately, just reach it. Yeah, that's lovely.
25.
I think he deserved that there. The quality of the shot into the bunch. Yes, he was quite fortunate with his bridge hand getting through the reds, but I think it was deserved. And I just sense that in this little contribution, he's hitting it better. That was another one. That was a beautifully played shot. And we know it's in there. The John Higgins match. Struggled most of the day. Push came to shove. 2 tons to finish. So it is in there.
That's the thing, isn't it, with Ronnie O'Sullivan? It's kind of always in there. Probably will always
36.
be in there. It's just how consistent he can be at bringing it out. I mean, he's 48 this year. We don't think of him as a veteran, but he is really. But when he does bring it out, as we saw yesterday, he can blow anyone away. This is really the best he's looked in the match, this contribution. It's going to be his first half century of the day if he knocks the black in.
Yeah, the signs were there early in this break. His cue ball all of a sudden is behaving the way he wants it to. See, there it is again, deep screw for the low black, absolutely perfect. His cue ball's been pristine. The first indication.
61.
He's starting to click into a bit of form. One more red. He'll be back in front again.
Yes, and the significance is he hasn't scrapped a frame out. He's going to win it, it seems, in one visit. So without going through all the permutations in the scores,
74.
clearly at this stage, 4-3, Selby will be looking for certainly one of the frames. You'd like to win them both, but if you win one of them, there'll
75.
be only one in it coming back this evening. Almost like starting again, but 6-3 is an opportunity for O'Sullivan, certainly playing like this. If he can score in the next couple.
$82. $83. $88. $89.
Let's see how he strikes this one. Yeah, the frame's gone. Spin it round a couple of cushions. See how close he gets to straight on the red. Pretty good,
94.
but again, he certainly hit the ball better in this contribution than at any stage of the match so far. So the
95.
danger signs, the warning signs are there for Mark Selby. I agree with Dave. He's going to have to show something himself with the last couple of frames of this session on the way.
Yellow then
99.
for his 4th century of the week. And the 1,206th of his career.
$104. $108.
He's actually made the most, won't surprise anyone to know, the most centuries in the Shanghai Masters, all told, 32 down the years.
$113.
This has been a timely one because it was a bit of a struggle prior to that, but a real moment of quality from Ronnie O'Sullivan. 113 to go back in front here at 4-3.
All on Discovery Plus.
Selby to break.
So it's a close match, but Mark Selby's never got his nose in front, and he's behind again here. 4-3, Ronnie O'Sullivan. But the significance of the last frame was how he won it. One visit, 113. Is that the start of an uplift in his form today, in his scoring? We'll see.
Saw a nice tweet there actually from former professional Bassem Eltahan, former African snooker champion. He'd been busy with a slow-mo of the, not incident, but earlier on in the match. Was it red first, was it black first? So thank you, Bassem, and I hope you're well. I know you're watching, as always. And yeah, I think the consensus was that it was marginally red first, but we're not going to complain about the decision by the referee. It was a very difficult one, especially out there in live play. But yeah, thank you, Bassem. I hope you're well.
Meanwhile, that was definitely blue first. That wasn't that wasn't a difficult one for anyone. It's caught the blue. Yes, Wang Wei is the referee here.
Yeah, there was another quite, not famous one, but world final. Mark Selby eventually overcame John Higgins a number of years ago. There was one in that, wasn't there, where Mark tried to roll up behind the black, and I think our best ever referee, Jan Verhaas, was officiating there, and he called a foul, and I think he was correct, but the not the argument, but the debate raged on, but it was a brilliant decision, I thought, by Jan at the time, as usual by him. He called a foul. He had to give what he could see. What he thought he saw was no contact on the black, so he called a foul, and Mark was absolutely fine with it. It's not an easy job sometimes.
No, it isn't, but of course what we don't have in snooker is a sort of VAR room, which they have in other sports. However, what we do have is television replay, so everyone at home are watching the replays, and the referees are supposed to sort of make the decision in live play. I mean, there is latitude to look at the technology, but it's a bit of an anomaly really that everyone else can see it and they can't. Yeah, he's not that good to play that. He holds his hand up. He got away with that thicker contact. Of course, leaves the white much closer to the reds. Thicker contact on that second red, that is. A bit of a sigh from O'Sullivan as he sees the cue ball travel to balk. But he didn't get close to the pot. Let's see how Mark's ball striking is. This is going to have to be sweet
as a bun, this one. Get the cue ball back up table. Yeah.
Mark Selby.
Tough
5.
shot, but not quite with it.
Foul. Mark Selby 4.
When he was looking up, I don't know whether there was some sort of noise or something here as he played the shot or movement. So he looked straight up, didn't he? Might have been okay, but for the in-off, obviously that red was waiting. Yeah, so this is quite a key shot. You can't just dribble it in or he loses the cue ball. You have to play it with a certain amount of pace. Dribble it in he did, but where's his next red coming from?
13.
I can certainly understand playing it slowly, but it just looked too difficult, I thought, to certainly be comfortable on the next red. This is quite a nasty one. At least for the fact it's a shot that you don't play very often. Oh, that's superb. I mean, his cue ball is magnificent as well. If he doesn't clear the brown, he's unlucky.
14.
That was brilliantly played.
Mark Selby 14.
Got to flirt with the pink here. Can't be low in the bunch. And low it is.
Foul and miss. Mark Selby 4.
Yeah, just on the escape, he would have been mindful of that. Try and get close to the pink. Complete misjudgment. No real importance getting the cue ball absolutely where it was. He's going to be playing the same shot again. He had plenty of room with Ronnie, so same thing again.
Foul and miss. Mark Selby 4.
And this time he has left the red. It's unlike him to be inaccurate, that type of shot.
One.
So good at those escapes, all the top players these days.
8. Nine.
Yeah, the split's a risk here, isn't it? It's one that he probably doesn't, in his heart of hearts, want to play. Tried to play it with a degree of control and played it very well.
14.
So 50 to the good already. Looking good for 4 each.
15.
And if it is to be 4 each, it just puts a little bit less on the last frame of the session. Obviously, if O'Sullivan won this frame 5-3, looking at a 3-frame lead, but it could be there'll just be one in it, and this fascinating encounter has a long way to go yet. Selby, though, has still got to put this frame away. Got that red safe on the left-hand side cushion. There's a bit of security. Red sort of wriggled in.
23. $25.
You've got to hand it to this fella. I mean, I know we always do, but he's made of such strong stuff. Largely, this frame has nullified the O'Sullivan onslaught of the previous frame. And this red
31.
to put us into, well, a session decider.
32.
Probably more for the bragging rights than anything else. I don't think 5-4 either way is going to. Give us any more clues to who's going to win this match eventually when they come back tonight.
40.
But of course it's a big frame coming up, as I say, more for the bragging rights than anything. Mark Selby hasn't been in front yet in this match. He's been hanging on as he always does.
47. 48. $55.
This is Mark
56.
Selby's third half century of the match. There is enough on for a century, but obviously that last red needs dealing with.
61. 62.
Well, he's got it off the cushion. Can he knock it in?
68.
He can.
69.
Yeah, no great surprise this. It's like, as often is the case, one player starts playing that bit better, the other one just follows along in the slipstream.
74.
Yep,
76.
he made a century, of course, in the previous frame. Mark Selby looking like he's going to return the favour here.
79.
It would be his first of the tournament. Just edged past Stephen Hendry's
83.
all-time tally at the Wuhan Open qualifiers. He's up to 778, Hendry 777 on the all-time list.
$88. $94.
So this match bubbling along nicely. 101 clearance from Mark Selby to follow the 113 from Ronnie O'Sullivan in the previous frame. And with one frame left to play in this session, it's as close as it could be. All square. So Ronnie O'Sullivan gets the last frame of the session underway. 4-4 with Mark Selby. So whatever happens here, it's going to be very tight coming back for tonight's evening session.
Oh, now can he get through? Obviously not. Early days, I know. Potential for a stalemate. And indeed, deciding that, yeah, there was nothing going to happen, so a re-rack it is.
Yes, it's a long enough day, isn't it, without sort of tip-tapping for no reason. So that was decided very quickly. So, for the second time, the last frame of the session gets underway. We've had a re-rack, 4 each between O'Sullivan and Selby. We've had an exchange of centuries. We've had everything really in this session. It's been hard fought at times. Both players adapting to the table. Just boiling up nicely for tonight, I think, when we're going to see maybe the real fireworks. Looking actually at the previous matches in terms of deciding frame victories, Selby just holding the edge 5-4, but all of it is very close, and this match is panning out the same way.
now, how straight is he on this red in terms of avoiding a cannon? Yeah, I don't think it was avoidable. Sure, he didn't get the pot, so we'll never know, but I think it was something that was in his eye line, in his mind. Kind of put him off the shot itself.
One.
Yeah, good pot. You'd think this is worth the gamble. Blackout the commission. Opportunity to perhaps get the pink into play. Let's see if he gambles. Going deep on the cue ball, looks like it. Ah, brilliant shot. That is a super shot. For little reward. That little shake of the head tells us, I think, that he's not on the red to left corner. Been a feature of this match, both players going into the bunch and generally, more often than not landing well. Still got one with the rest. Far from easy. Yeah, that was fabulous. He actually played it with left-hand side to spin the cue ball up the right wing. Not out the woods just yet, but you would think yellow.
Yellow ball. Nine.
Played that lovely. Now this could be the key shot. Push some reds into the open. The cue ball out of there. Pink and blue waiting. Perfect.
Yeah, good signs here for Selby. He's already cleared a few hurdles in this break. I think one of his great attributes actually is that he doesn't think everything should come easily, because in his life it never has done. Certainly growing up it didn't. In the summer this year he went to receive his MBE from Princess Anne, and he said afterwards that he just wouldn't have believed when he was growing up, you know, with not a lot of money in Leicester, that he would ever be in a position to receive an award like that. It meant a lot to him and his family. Thoroughly deserved as well, not just for his snooker but also the work he's done charity
16.
in Leicester.
Two.
Yeah, this has been excellent. The quality has gone up a couple of notches this last 2.5 frames for certain, and he's looking very good here, isn't he? All of a sudden doesn't look like missing. Might hold the spot here. Yeah, just hold the spot, put it on the black spot. Just makes things a wee bit easier for a shot or two.
29. 30.
And isn't it typical of the man? At no point has he ever really been in any sort of control in this session. Trailing all the way. Ronnie hits some form and hits Mark with a century to go 4-3 in front. And lo and behold,
36.
he's going to finish the session in front. If he can stay at the table for the next 10 shots or so.
37.
That's the thing, when O'Sullivan made the century for 4-3, you think, okay, can he now take control of the session, of the match? But we've barely seen him since, actually. All been this man. He admires and he respects Ronnie O'Sullivan, but he's not in fear of him. And let's be honest, there are some players, including top players, who, when they play him,
43.
or have done at times, you think possibly they are. But we know from the many meetings they've had that doesn't apply to Selby.
$44.
It's simply superb. Beautiful control he's shown.
50.
Had to work early in this break to manufacture, engineer the chance. Now top side of the pink.
51.
Just about force the cue ball in behind the two reds. There's never panic in him, that's the thing as well.
57.
Selby, playing against the guy who's unbeaten here in so many years, so many matches. A great reputation in
58.
China, well, everywhere obviously, but in China, almost been unbeatable in recent years. Ronnie hasn't been all over Mark in this match, not by any stretch, but Ronnie's had more control. But it's water off a duck's back. Simple shot again, hold the spot. And the simple red. And the jester will have the last laugh in this opening session.
Yes, not only winning the last two frames, but winning them really well. So as the first act of the drama, it's been fascinating viewing. It's been hard fought at times, but fluency's been found towards the end. Act 2, pretty much unmissable later, of course, when they return in a couple of hours' time. First to 10, a long way to go, a lot of snooker left to be played, but Mark Selby is at least going to be in front for the first time on the resumption.
72. $78. 79.
Yeah, he's been like a sculptor in this match, just chiseling away. It hasn't been pretty at times, but it's looking a lot better. Going into what's sure to be a blockbusting session tonight in Shanghai. It'll be a full house and a great occasion. Just remains to be seen, can he finish with another century.
85. 86.
Yeah, despite O'Sullivan's great record in this event, actually Mark Selby's won more matches than anyone in the Shanghai Masters over the years, so it just underlines his record in China as well.
93.
What a finish then. Ronnie O'Sullivan 113 to lead 4-3. Mark Selby
99.
101 for 4-4, and this yellow for another century. 3 on the spin in the match. Oh, he's missed it after all that. But a terrific break nonetheless. 99 from Mark Selby concludes a fascinating opening session, and there'll be plenty more to come between these two greats later today. But for the first time in the match, Mark Selby does have the lead.
Is to get us underway tonight, just that slender one-frame lead. But I guess when you haven't led, at one point of course he was 2-0 down, to come out with any sort of a lead, he's got to feel pretty good about things. Fergal O'Brien is alongside me. Fergal, no doubt like me, you're looking forward to seeing how this one unfolds.
Absolutely, Neil. Yeah, beautifully poised. All you could hope for that to be only just one frame in it. Great rivalry, of course, between these two over the years. Obviously, yesterday he beat another rival, John Higgins, but I think this rivalry is a bit more intense. Defeats against Mark seem to hurt more than defeats against John.
Yeah, I mean, it's another chapter, isn't it, in some of the great rivals in the game, and clearly these two have played in World Finals, UK Finals, World Semi-Finals, other big events at the day when trophies are handed out, and they both had their moments against each other. I mean, that 2020 World Championship semi-final, which O'Sullivan ended up winning, taking the last 3 frames, was some match. And since then, of course, they have met in the Scottish Open final during lockdown. All played in Milton Keynes, and Mark Selby was a pretty easy winner. Okay, that isn't the World Championships, but since then, barely anything between them. They hadn't really played.
Yeah, surprisingly, I think there was another match in the Championship League, but other than the Scottish Open, hasn't been anything in the major ranking events.
I sense that Ronnie didn't particularly want to get involved in long safety battles with Mark Selby, which I completely understand, but of course you have to play the shot in front of you on its merits. It's not that he can't do it, of course. There's not really a weakness in O'Sullivan's game, but he knows that he doesn't really fancy winning those kind of battles. Anyway, he'll take that little nudge. No, didn't see him put his hand up, but there's no way in the world he played it.
Excellent shot there. Not just a difficult pot, but the pace had to be more or less inch perfect to be on this red. I think over the last few years, patience-wise, particularly against Mark, he has been more disciplined, more patient. It certainly doesn't want to get embroiled in really long battles. Of course, you've seen that famously during that famous semi-final where it seemed like if he was snookered as soon as he can, he just hit it.
6.
Yeah, of course, he was allowed to play whatever shot he liked in that match. There was some suggestion he was being disrespectful to Mark Selby. I mean, you can do whatever you like out there. That's when it's your shot, play whatever shot you wish. There were 1 or 2 examples where I can't believe O'Sullivan played the right shot, but if it rattles your opponent, well, it's all part of the game.
Yeah, it was nearly like Ronnie's attitude was, if he was going to lose, he was going to lose quick.
Yeah, I think he described it as he was going to play the match on his terms, which is fair enough. He won, and of course he became world champion again that year, beating Kyron Wilson in the final.
20.
as we're saying, excellent safety player, but of course this is where he at his very, very best, in amongst them,
27.
getting the balls open as quickly, simply as possible. And once he has them open, then it's excellent cue ball control. It always appears that every shot is simple.
$35. 36. $43.
I think he wanted to play, ideally get a glance off the other red. Would have been on another red into the right corner. It's obviously a lot more difficult. Great recovery.
Very much so, because it was out of character, that poor cannon, really. I mean, O'Sullivan very rarely would misjudge a cannon. I agree with you, Fogel. I think he played to hit the right-hand red of the two. So he's quite way off, but it doesn't matter now. And maybe another cannon here. Well, he maybe thinks he can get onto the bottom red and this will open them up.
51. $52.
Just having a look there to see if the back go. Just about goes. Of course, a little bit more pressure on him, despite his lead. The other red's been so open. Yeah, just appeared he only had half
52.
a pocket.
Well, now that's a potential moment, isn't it, already in this match session, certainly in this evening session. The fact that O'Sullivan didn't go on and take advantage of that fluke with the frame-winning contribution. Black didn't go entirely, but he leapt up in the air. He knew that he got it all wrong.
$6.
Yeah, surprisingly, the first session was actually Mark doing most of the heavy scoring. 2 breaks over 50 and 99 and a century. Of course, Ronnie had 113. So as the lazy prediction would be that Ronnie would do the heavy scoring, win the open frames, and Mark would win the tight, scrappy ones. But the roles were reversed earlier. Of course, I don't think Mark gets the credit he deserves for the amazing break builder that he is.
Yeah, I mean, it's the all-round package, isn't it, with Mark? Yes, he can score,
14.
we know that. And, you know, his record tells us exactly that, but it's all of the other attributes to his game. He's the consummate match player. No one particularly looks forward to playing in a long match, I don't think.
15.
Obviously the red on the left-hand side cushion is the biggest obstacle to making the clearance.
20.
I think the red beside the pink does go. It's far enough away from the cushion that even if it
21.
lands behind it, it'd be too difficult just roll it in pocket weight. Ideally would like to try and get a cannon just to take it away. At least if you land behind the red, you're guaranteed some shot.
$26. $27.
So I'll
34.
rest on the next shot, positionally on his next colour to establish which way he gets on the red. Obviously wanted to be top side of the blue, and that's
35.
pretty decent.
Yeah, probably just screw back, come off the cushion a fraction. Yeah, far from ideal. Just dangerous cutback. Plus, the pace he's going to play to give it every chance to pot. If he does miss it, of course, it's going to be left over the pocket. Might be able to play it in such a way that he could get cover from the black, but yeah, you can see he's not happy there.
It's a horrible shot, isn't it, that he's left
Absolutely.
here? Horrible shot. I mean, the shot on the blue, you often would finish there. You either screw directly behind the red or you screw off the cushion. He's kind of not done neither one thing nor the other. And now, the problem with this pot, I guess, is if you do miss it, it's hard to imagine that you wouldn't leave it.
Yeah, I think if you're going to go, you have to totally commit, play pocket weight.
Mark Selby, 40.
Well, now that's a moment each. The missed red is one thing, and it was difficult. The missed black from O'Sullivan previously. One of these two is going to end up losing this frame and being disappointed.
He was very conscious in playing that red to make sure he was low on the black. Leave a natural angle, you just pot the black. Should be perfect on the yellow. This will be a bigger blow to mark than if Ronnie'd made a century in one visit. Frames you lose always hurt less when you haven't had a chance. Of course, would have been a chance to go 6-4 up, as it is with this green. 5-all.
Interesting frame it's been, isn't it? Just the way that it's panned out. Sullivan will be relieved to get over the line. But it's moments
70.
in these sort of matches which of course divides top players like this, just the odd shot that goes wrong positionally. Ultimately it wasn't so much the missed red, it was the positional shot before. The red was very missable, and it's his last shot in the frame, Mark Selby, because Ronnie O'Sullivan at the second attempt has gone on to take it. So interesting start to tonight's snooker.
From 11, Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
Ronnie O'Sullivan taking the first frame of tonight's session here in Shanghai. Not been beaten here since 2016 in Shanghai. Of course, we had the pandemic. There were 4 years of no snooker, and massively we're back. So is the rocket.
It's amazing with Ronnie how good and skilled he is. And yet he backs himself more with his left hand to get more side on the break off. For a man that can play every shot.
Foul and miss.
Okay,
Ronnie
very
O'Sullivan
close to the
4.
red, but don't know if the balls are going to end up in a position of a free ball or they'll be put back. Yeah, I mean, of course, before Ronnie O'Sullivan came along, it would have been unthinkable anyone to break off with their opposite hand. And of course, when Ronnie first started playing shots left-handed, one or two players thought that it was kind of an insult to them. Alain Robidoux, one of those. Great guy, Alain. I can understand maybe that there was a little bit of confusion that day at the Crucible.
Yeah, it was so new, so shocking. Also the fact Ronnie had a big lead at the time. Little did we know how good he was and how good he would be with his left hand. Very rarely does Mark Selby catch the blue on a safety shot. to try and get down on the red, ideally closer to the black spot.
Three.
Bit unfortunate there, good pot. Got a good contact on the pink. Just left with a safety shot.
Yeah, the black is a little bit awkward, but it didn't stop
Ronnie
Mark Selby
O'Sullivan.
making a break of 99, missing the yellow in the last frame of the afternoon session with the black just about where it is now, maybe near closer to the cushion. He didn't pop the black once in that break, so it can be done around lower value colours to win frames. Of course, the other thing, these two have been around the block, they know the game so well. All these world titles between them. Losing a frame like the last one will hurt, but they'll be able to put it out of their minds. In this case, Mark Selby will have to.
Tap on the table there for Mark. Mark played an excellent thin clip, and then Ronnie responded. Generally playing these thin clips, there can be slight freedom, but even if you were to miss it, give 4 points away. You can err on the side of missing it altogether rather than catching it too thick. And unless you leave a free ball, no harm done.
And miss. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 4. No.
Just to give us some help as to where the balls were. Well, certainly the cue ball. Also, the referee had to have a look to see if it was a free ball, which it isn't.
Probably try and play the exact same shot again. Won't be afraid of giving another 4 points away. Of course, if he didn't hit it that time, he would have played a different shot. I guaranteed he was hitting the red, didn't want to lose the frame. But excellent shot there. Ronnie would probably have to play something very similar. More important to have the white ball on one side of the table as opposed to having good length even on the other side. With the red and the black on the left hand side cushion, just makes safety a little bit harder. Cut that a lot thicker than he wanted. Left Ronnie this red. Not sure if you can pot it, run through and avoid the red closest to it and get back up the table. Possibly might just glance the red, which would take the pace out of it. So that red was in the way. That's why I tried to negotiate a path through the reds. Looking for a little bit of fortune there, didn't get it. Just play a safety off the black. This will also put the black in the open play.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 1.
Mark Selby's got a very proud record in that he's beaten Ronnie O'Sullivan in the final of the UK, the Masters and the World Championships. To beat him all of those 3 finals, some achievement. In a way, I guess the Masters is even more of a feat because O'Sullivan gets a huge following in London.
to win the Triple Crown is an amazing achievement. I suppose beating Ronnie in every final just legitimises it even more.
For balance, Sullivan has beaten Selby in 2 Masters finals. Something of a safety duel, this. Hard to know who will get the upper hand, but this shot back to Bolt was not easy for Mark Selby. As Fergal said, potentially balls in the way on the way back up the table. Might be playing some sort of a containing shot cue ball at this end of the table instead.
Yeah, Mark's great patience, great discipline. Always gives it those extra few seconds to play a shot that he feels a more or less guarantee keeping it safe. Doesn't always look to play a real damaging safety, sometimes more than prepared. Just to keep it tight. Again, what's safe against RonnieO'Sullivan? The barometer is a little bit different. Beautiful pot. Just obviously more or less straight on the wrong side of the black. Just looking that when he rolls the black in, where's the best position to leave the white. Of course, the black, when it goes up back in its spot, quite a congested area.
Eight.
It's almost unusual nowadays to see RonnieO'Sullivan using the rest. I just think if he played with the last shot left-handed, he would be bridging awkwardly over the red on the left-hand cushion.
He's finished in between on his colour here, isn't he? He's not really on the blue, that's awkward. The yellow with left-handed, I think, would be the answer, but I mean, it's below his spot. Not a simple yellow. I think I'd rather him punching that in around the angles than playing it the way he did.
Yeah, it's always a nicer strike on the cue ball, playing that a little bit firmer, and you feel you have more control over the white. Again, same problem for Mark here. Where's the next colour going to come from? With the black tied up.
One.
Seemed to play that, see, with bottom on the white, but played a plain ball. Thought he might have played with left hand side. When it comes off the cushion, would have got closer to the ball colours. As a result, to play this blue. And again with the pink and black more or less out of commission. Ideal now to have the blue on its spot. Yeah, played it with topspin to try and get up the table. Obviously when I play with topspin, just checks, particularly off the second cushion. Would have needed a little bit of right hand running side, but again didn't want to compromise the pot too much.
So rather an unlikely outcome to that shot, nearly knocking the yellow in down the cushion. He may have a red to the right corner here, which he didn't know anything about until he walked round. Well, he did know about it or not.
13.
His way of getting on it was unconventional.
Maybe look to get on this red, just above the black. Of course, when he puts this, gone up for the blue, but it's freed the black for into the right corner.
$19. $24.
Didn't play for that red originally.
25.
Quite a fine cut, played it very well. Not just get the pot, great control of the white. To work very hard for this break. This red again, probably find the gap between the red and the pink, go back up high on the blue. This will free the path for that other red, close to the pink spot.
31.
And still 1-2
36.
difficulties ahead of him. Yes, he's a few in front, but he's not straightforward this break. He's looking at the red above the pink as to whether that will pop into the right corner or not. He's got a little bit of thinking
37.
to do.
Slight kick there.
44.
Just ask the referee now to clean the white. 23 ahead. 2 more reds, 2 blacks. Still will need either of the remaining 2 reds.
$45.
Trying to be, would like to be low on the black, have an angle when he's putting the black to be able to disturb the red away from the pink. Looks quite straight here though. Okay, just a screw back.
$53.
Yeah, played it well. Trace the left hand side just to get the white ball back up. Parallel now with the black.
Yeah, I mean, it's a question as to whether this red goes. I mentioned it earlier, I wasn't entirely sure. And neither is Mark at the moment. If he has to play the cannon, if he could pot it directly, then from where it is, it'd be fine. Well, I'm not sure it goes now.
He must have been able to go the way he
16.
played it. Should be able to, might push the red to the one side cushion, and then the white ball will be on top of the pink, hamper queuing for the other red.
Mark Selby, 60.
Great break there, worked hard for it.
O'Sullivan won't have given up hope of winning this frame. There's still an opportunity, enough points left, but for now, got to try and push this red into play if he can. Certainly leave the cue ball safe. It isn't an awfully difficult table if a chance came, quite honestly. Mark Selby will be aware that he isn't on this frame yet. Selby's usually got very good defensive skills in frames like this, nursing an advantage over the line and winning the frame.
Captain the blue, left Mark a chance here. Should be able to go for the pot, avoid the black and the red, back of the table, 40 head, and of course the yellow over the pocket as well. Frame ball here. Thought I might have played a thinner clip on it there. Decided to try and swing it around. And that extra bit of right hand side just pushed it in, caught it a bit thicker.
Yeah, Ronnie doesn't really want to pop this red and end up in bulk because the yellow's no use to him. Green isn't much better because he can only tie with the red-black after that, so he might not even attempt to pop this, and if he can get on something higher value. Now the pink going a little awkwardly, clearly not in his favour, O'Sullivan. Well, Selby knows that the scoreboard is a factor in this frame, 39 points, so two reds in bulk. Higher value colours are not so easy to get on. That's why he played that red instead of the other one and pushed it down towards the black. Oh, that's a kiss from the gods for O'Sullivan.
Not only does it take the pink slightly out of harm's way, of course, resulted in getting the snooker.
Just feel, Fergal, that one good safety shot from O'Sullivan here could put Selby in trouble. Red up towards the black end. It's not quite what he's looking for, don't think, but
I'm trying to get the snooker. He knew he was running the risk of leaving the red close to the pocket.
he's put some pressure on him though, Selby here, because you know the likelihood is a mistake would still cost him.
Yeah, looking at the two players, these are the kind of frames you'd fully expect Mark to win. He'd certainly be favoured for them. looks like he can play this shot to nothing. Back down the table. Once he didn't have the potting angle, that, as a result, then that made the safety shot quite easy because he could just push the red close to the yellow. You do feel in this battle, Ronnie has the initiative, even though he's 39 behind. Which I think he's just given away.
Well, it wasn't anywhere near as thin as that. He's a little lucky that he missed it by so far, overcutting it, that he hasn't left the red on. That's quite a bad misjudgment. Crashed into the other red as well. So just a little bit on Selby here. That the previous frame he could have won, but he didn't get on the last red. Now he's in a position of strength on the scoreboard, but not necessarily the way the balls are. It wasn't a great shot from Selby at all, but it's put Ronnie in a position where he's not entirely sure what to do himself. Taking the red around the angles, I think. I don't think that was his initial plan, but in the end, looking for a little bit of cover. I don't think Mark Selby will be too fazed by the last shot O'Sullivan has played.
Yeah, not tempted by the double on the red. Going to try and push the red onto the other side cushion. And the white going close towards the pink. Or black.
Goodness me, what a moment that is. What a moment. I mean, it was a little heavy-handed, but of course the cue ball was well controlled. Quite a dramatic thing to happen. I don't think O'Sullivan ever thought this was going to happen, because he's walking around as if to escape from the snooker, and then he discovered that there was a foul, there's a free ball. I mean,
I don't think
putting
Mark
him
thought it
back
was
in.
going to happen either.
No, no. He was very intent on getting the red up there in that corner. He executed the shot, for the first part of the shot, very well, but not the second part. Of course, he runs the risk here, putting him back in, that if he hits the red near the pocket, he pots it. How did he not go in off that?
Some skill there.
I mean, how could you have seen this happening? Goodness me. I mean, the in-off. The cue ball sliding past the red, and O'Sullivan's got a great chance to clear.
Yeah, top of the table there from Mark. Indicates he must be snookered.
Pretty nervy stuff here, especially from Selby. That shot has worked out well. I don't think he could have been entirely sure the red wouldn't be potable to that right corner beyond the green when he played it. Well, there's lots of value in playing that shot, and hardly any chance of leaving a red on. Clearly a big error. He's still got a pot of red, and this, whichever red he takes of the two, while he should get it, as you can see, there is some difficulty in both shots, in fact.
Chose that red with the rest. There was an element of safety. White ball going back down the table. Ronnie needs a snooker, but obviously you'd like to see this black go.
Mark Selby, 1.
And just need the one snooker, and particularly where the yellow and blue are, apart from even the other colours.
It's a good table, as you say, for getting snookers. Not that it's going to be easy against someone like Selby to get them. Of course, it does help when the balls are well placed. Now, he was interested in that, but didn't have quite the direction or the speed. I think at this level, you know that there is sort of the alarm bells start ringing. Your opponent only needs a snooker. The frame is not over. Might have an interest in trying to get in behind the black again here, pushing the red up the table. There's a few ways he could go. He tried, didn't really threaten.
Yeah, you feel Mark, apart from having the lead, has the initiative here. He's got an opportunity maybe to get a snooker. Wasn't as wild as it first appeared. Obviously want to hit as hard as you can, try and generate distance between the two balls. Couldn't have asked for anything better than that. We're just trying to be patient here, and at some point you feel you get one really good opportunity to lay a snooker. There can be a tendency when you need a snooker to feel no matter what shot you have, no matter where the balls are, you have to get a snooker there and then. Just try and be patient and wait for a good opportunity. You might have to wait a while against Mark though. Yeah, just a little bit reluctant here in playing a shot that it might take the pink away from the cushion.
He keeps looking up at the scoreboard, doesn't he, Selby, there? I mean, he's obviously one snooker. It's not, I don't see how the scoreboard overly comes into this next shot.
And I think if he is determined to avoid taking the pink out, if he plays a back double, of course the red's going close to maybe the pocket, but also close to the black. He doesn't want to. I think he's just afraid of trying to walk into trouble. Fantastic.
Played it beautifully. I don't know why he was all that right about the pink being out. The only worry is to stop O'Sullivan getting a snooker right now, and especially now that he's in one. A chance to get the frame one here for Selby. Well, that will seal the deal. He'll win the frame, Mark Selby. It's been a long one. Been quite dramatic the way it's panned out. And And knocking the yellow in playing that snooker perhaps might have been a turning point, but it never materialised.
6. 8.
I think we can expect more of this tonight. It's a very interesting session of snooker. Early on, RonnieO'Sullivan led 2-0, but from the afternoon session, Selby just edged it 5-4.
20.
So Mark Selby ends up winning a fairly lengthy 11th frame. It was 5-4 after the evening session to Selby. He was pegged back, but now
Mark Selby to break.
I said before the evening session started that it's obvious that RonnieO'Sullivan doesn't want to get embroiled in long tactical battles. He kind of did get dragged into it in that previous frame, sometimes unavoidably. I think he would like to stay positive and be aggressive where he can. It's his best chance of winning. Out of character that Selby would play a safety shot, which has gone wrong, but it certainly has this time. He's forced to play off the side of the bunch, Selby, because reds can always just drift out close to pockets. I don't think he had any real choice but to play the shot he did, Mark.
Yeah, he was fearful of leaving the white on the other side of the table. Wanted to try and get cover between the black and the red. Again for Mark, very unusual.
7.
The pink gun on the black spot helps.
8. 14. 15. 17.
Just picking off these open reds, looking for an opportunity to get an angle on ideally the pink to be able to go into the pack.
18.
I play cannon on the red to the left of the pack, which would leave the red at the bottom of the pack on.
24. 25.
'Ideally doesn't want to be straight here, I'd like to have a little bit of an angle they can get away. Seems to be okay, screw back off the cushion.
32.
Yeah, ideally going into the pack. If he was better from the other side, he had the opportunity a couple of shots ago.
38.
Seemed to be a greater margin for error if you're coming from the other side.
RonnieO'Sullivan, 38.
Yeah, he seemed to wait until the latest opportunity he could to go into the bunch, which is not like him. He could have gone in earlier, or played that cannon that Fergal mentioned perhaps, but he kind of got to the point where it was then or not going into the bunch at all.
Oh, beautifully struck shot from Mark. Particularly playing at that kind of pace. Again, nicely on the blue here, looking to disturb this cluster here. I did hit that red that's nearly on the pink spot.
Six.
Nicely controlled.
Seven. Thirteen. 14.
Well, the O'Sullivan lead of 38 seems insignificant, but actually
20.
with that red up the table on the left, it counts for something. Of course, Selby can't get anywhere near the winning line without taking that red. May leave it till the end,
21.
but it gives O'Sullivan hope that it's there.
Yeah, ideally I think yellow looks like the best opportunity to try and take that red out. Yeah, that's a few shots away. So Mark will have a general picture in his mind. Really have broken that down just to shot by shot.
27.
First priority, of course, is to put all these open
28.
reds and then put himself in a position to try and pot a colour and take out that last red. Again, obviously in the context of the match, to go 7-5 up would be a great frame to him, but particularly the way it's happened. O'Sullivan got in first. You would expect him to make more. In hindsight, maybe a little bit of a careless safety to leave Mark a shot, which he's capitalised on.
Now, you saw the shake of the head there. He isn't the right angle on the blue for the two reds. Certainly not to get close to them. Just at mid-range, it's not too bad.
40. $41.
If it's an angle here, I might be tempted to play in the pink.
47.
You can't get up to the yellow. It's half ball on the pink, be able to play cannon on the red. Ideally push it towards the corner.
$48.
Ideal angle there.
Yeah, and I think the red is just that nice distance away from the cushion. It's not on it. It's not 2 or 3 inches further to the right where you can go around the back. It looks the perfect target, doesn't it? But not a big enough target, it turns out. I'm surprised by that. And you play a shot where you lose control of the cue ball, then you really lose control. Now he snookered. So that's a potential game changer, that last shot.
It seemed a very big target there to hit.
Well, now O'Sullivan having a little dart at this down the cushion. What a shot, what a shot it was. I can think of players who mightn't have taken it on, but now that it's gone in, there's been a big swing in this frame. In the last 2 or 3 shots, always looked in, but only just made it. So a chance for a quick counter-attack from O'Sullivan. Still got to take these because they lead up to and including pink. Actually, also
7.
they'll need the black, in fact, wouldn't it? It'll be 7 in front by then. But it shouldn't be a big problem.
10.
No, miscounted there. It's to his relief. He won't need the black. That makes the job a lot easier. Well, that was a big swing. It's only a frame, but it feels like a significant frame because Selby was in a strong position after O'Sullivan's early mistake. O'Sullivan potted a tremendous last red though, didn't he? And snatched the frame.
大家安静下来。
So everything to play for. Both players, if they were to dwell on what had happened in a couple of these frames, they'd be disappointed having lost the 2 frames which preceded these, but Selby lost control once he didn't get the cannon on the last red. But this is the highest level, it's the smallest margins at times, which make all the difference.
Get the red all right. We'll look around the mid-range pot. Beautifully. With a lovely place, didn't hit absolutely perfect. She did sweet enough that when he hit the jaw, still was able to go in.
Yeah, he didn't get those right, did he? I mean, when you see that cue will just stay in the middle of the table, having hit the pink square on, that's when you know the reds are going to split. So it wasn't one of his best shots. It wasn't particularly unlucky, that split. He didn't play it overly well.
RonnieO'Sullivan. 6.
Good safety shot there from Ronnie. Again, the white ball behind the green just blocks off one side of the table. Probably just play contained safety. Bring the white ball towards the black cushion. Put the red back up. fraction harder than he wanted. So he left that red closer to the pocket than he thought he would. Not the easiest of pots, but if he does pot it, good chance to be on one of the ball colours. Yeah, it wasn't easy, and of course the pace he played it, the red was never going to go too far away.
A few mutterings from O'Sullivan sitting there. Very difficult at this stage to say how this match is going to go, but you just get the feeling it's going to go quite deep. Expect, given the nature of the frames, that there isn't going to be a player run away with it from here. It's been a little edgy. Been some very good shots, but just the odd error, which have been just about all of them very significant when they've been made.
Judged the pace of that very well. Those options. Get into the middle, went to the corner. There's red trying to get back up for the blue.
Five.
Played that well again, nice angle on the red, just get up in the blue. Be anxious to get that red away, pot the red that's close to the black. Not just to free the black up, but also from there ideally try and go in to the pack. Again, from where he is, might be tempted to go into the pack, just avoid the pink, hit them in the middle with pace. You'd feel sure to be on one of them. Can't guarantee exactly where the reds will go. Might be a little bit fearful of a red going in. But if it's executed well, we'll open up the frame for him.
Played it pretty well, didn't he? It's not on an easy red, but it's very meaty contact with the bunch. Cue ball, saying earlier, it stayed in the centre of the table. You still need luck though, you still need the balls to land perfectly, and they haven't quite done so. It's an awkward shot that he's faced with here, thin cut.
Mark Selby, 16.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate not to have something easier than that.
One.
Plays that very well. Always difficult to judge the pace of the white with the red so close to the pocket. Tends to slow down or check off the cushion. Again, Ronnie looking at the table trying to solve the puzzle.
Yeah, nobody does it better, solving puzzles, unlocking the important or key shots to make the break happen.
Yeah, identifying the key red getting on it as soon as possible.
There's a prime example, Fergal, isn't it? Either the red to the left of the black or the one right next to it. And you can see how they open everything up. Black's now open to both pockets, or will be when the next red's potted, and that's the art of break building, isn't it?
Absolutely. Has the picture in his mind and then has the skill in his hands.
I've always felt that so many of O'Sullivan's centuries have been about the first 4 or 5 shots, where he just makes things happen, brings balls into play, and then he does the rest.
15.
Well, he doesn't seem very happy with that one. He's overstunned, I think. Can he get to the red? Well, that'd be annoying if you're sitting in a chair, because for a second you think you're okay.
Yeah, it looked like he was just playing it out of frustration, but actually went just about. Again, very uncharacteristic. Normally when he's in amongst the balls, his cue ball control is immaculate. You can see how frustrated he was.
I always think that if you're 50-50 on those, whether you think they will or won't go, they're usually just about, just in favour of them going. But he was a bit half-heartedly playing it, and he doesn't seem to have the usual consummate cue ball control here.
30.
It's gone again.
Yeah, you can see he's fuming. Such a good opportunity. He'd been straight on the black. If there's one thing that's going to annoy Ronnie more than anything, it seems to be straight on the black.
RonnieO'Sullivan, 30.
To say that O'Sullivan is disappointed about that break and the way he executed it is an understatement. It's rare to see his cue ball so out of control. I'm not even sure what he played on from that black, because there didn't seem to be a lot that went to that left corner unless he tried to play on the left red, in which case he was absolutely miles away from the right position. It means the frame is still anybody's.
Ronnie distracted by something or someone.
这边有个人，
Probably a photographer.
叫他不要动。
Yeah, it was a photographer.
In camera room.
I think it was somebody with a camera. He has issues with people with cameras, I think, O'Sullivan. Whatever it was putting him off slightly. Person's gone now.
Just got to be careful he doesn't get a double kiss in the red or hit the other red close to the pocket. Red closest to the left-hand corner pocket. If that wasn't there, that shot would have been a lot easier. Just fearful of that, catching that. That's why he caught the red too thin. Caught the jaws.
One.
Similar to the 3 previous frames this evening.
8.
Not being one visit. Both players getting chances. Both players look like they're in control during the frame. Mark's turn here. To try and launch a counter-attack. All the balls up in the open. Trying to steer the white across.
Well, it looked like it was going to finish short, or he thought it was, and it's not far from being absolutely perfect in the end.
Might have been trying to be on the other red, just below it. Of course, if he played that one, he'd be able to play can on the two reds close together.
$13.
I don't think they're two reds you'd like to leave as a plant. Might have a slight angle here. It could maybe run through and disturb them. Too straight for that.
$20. $21.
Yeah, nice pot, well controlled. As I said before, ideally you'd love an angle on this red, just to pot it and stun down the right-hand red of the two, beyond the black, put it into play. Yeah, this looks perfect.
$27.
Yes, he's taken them well so far. It's hard to think
34.
that he wouldn't get the frame one here. There have been a few reversals, but this one just needs a couple of reds and blacks, and frame is done.
35.
I think there's what might have been in this session is that the player could have won 3 of the 4 frames, either player in fact. O'Sullivan was in first, but his cue ball just lost control twice in that break he made. It's very unlike him. I think that hurts him more than anything when he doesn't have the control that we're used to used to seeing him with.
That doesn't know the most photographers will.
Well, yeah, there was something, but many a photographer has been sent marching part way through a match over the years. So I think Selby will be relieved after everything that's happened in this 4-frame session to still hold on to any kind of a lead. From his point of view,
55.
the previous frame was one that the one that got away. I think should have won that one. Certainly was a strong favourite too, but didn't. But there's plenty more in this match. A lot of mileage left.
59.
Hard to think that it's not going to be a classic. It already is a very gripping encounter.
64. $70.
77 break from Mark Selby. So Selby and O'Sullivan have shared the first 4 frames of the evening. And all that means that Mark Selby, who led 5-4 coming into tonight, 2:30 Central European time. So not a great break-off there from Mark Selby. Might have got away with it. Quite unusual way that the balls have finished from that break-off. Ronnie turned round and probably didn't expect to see him where they are. But still all to play for in this match.
Yeah, got it very thick. Unusual so far into the match. Sometimes the first break-off or two you have in a match, you don't know exactly how the balls are going to throw or the spread. Certainly this late. Maybe just a slight lapse of concentration just coming back from the interval.
Had a few tweets about these semi-finals, whether they should have played day one as the first 10 frames, the first 9 frames rather, of each of the games, and played both semi-finals to conclusion tomorrow. I suppose in some ways that would be fairer, but depends on what the sponsors want, I guess. You could end up with a fairly light second day if both matches are one-sided, albeit it seems unlikely that would be the case.
Yeah, I think definitely an advantage. Whoever wins today is a day off. And of course they'll be hoping that the other semi-final goes 10-9 and late. You can sometimes see at the Crucible, whoever's played the second semi-final finishes late at night can be a disadvantage.
Well, that was Mark Selby, wasn't it? Just in May against Luca Bracel, who'd won his great comeback against Si Jiahui in the afternoon, and the Mark Selby-Mark Allen match went on until after midnight. Selby was still at the Crucible, you know, until just before 2 AM, doing his press on the morning of the final. And of course, if anyone can, he can. But then when Luca came out and won a 6-minute frame, led 1-0 and put him on the back foot already, maybe he felt a little weary. Safe to say, Fergal, that semi-final with Mark Selby, Mark Allen was a pretty gruelling affair, wasn't it?
I like the way you mentioned me and grueling together.
Well, yeah, it's nothing personal, Fergal. You know, I was in.
It was an obvious
for that
link.
2-hour frame, as I heard discussed yesterday, but in the World Championships, I understood what was up for grabs. I mean, it's just more the anomaly of the way it works, really. And Mark Selby never made an excuse of that at any point, in fairness to him. And I don't think that's why he lost that final to Luca Bracel, because he came back and of course he made a 147 that same evening as well. So you know, it wasn't as if he was overly tired, but I think when the 35 frame final began, he was maybe not completely switched on to it, which is understandable.
It looks quite straight on the black here. Just roll it in. Played it well there, cued it lovely.
8.
A little bit unfortunate to be slightly hampered queuing. Yeah, if he just drops it in pocket weight.
Nine.
Yeah, even that previous red struck it lovely. It was only a simple little pot as
16.
such. Being hampered, queuing didn't help. Just didn't sacrifice his technique. You can see there's the brown go past the green. Considering the balls haven't been ideal for a lot of the chances tonight, it's still quite fluent mark. I said sometimes it comes in for unfair criticism, I think. It doesn't not as quick or make it look as easy as O'Sullivan does.
22.
But nobody does. Nobody ever has.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's got to play the game in their own way.
23.
No two players can be exactly the same. Players play at different speeds around the table for a reason, and also the game comes more naturally to some than others. Selby is just, as I said earlier, a consummate match player in the John Higgins mould, and back in the day the Steve Davis mould, I think. And if you beat Mark Selby, you've especially over a long session, you've really deserved it, I think, because he plays all the right shots, and he also he's got this thing where he just never gives up. He attributes it to his father, who passed away when he was young. His dad told him he must never give up at whatever he does, and he certainly has
29.
held that close to his heart, that motto, and he stuck by it.
Yeah, 779 centuries in his career. And even during this match, surprisingly, he's done
36.
most of the heavy scoring. It's getting to the stage of the modern game, you have to have 1,000 centuries to be
37.
considered a great break builder.
Yes, he went past one of the all-time greats, didn't he? Stephen Hendry on 777 just very recently. Stephen was on 775, and we thought that was the end of his century break making, and then a decade later he comes out of retirement and has made 2 more since.
I'm sure Stephen sent on his good wishes.
Right now, though, I think the break of
44.
80 would be more than satisfactory for him, because it would get him another frame, get him a 2-frame lead.
Just looking to see when potting this red. Got a contact, he might get in the red. Can he find the gap?
45.
Didn't jeopardise the pot, just made sure it felt he'd have some sort of a shot on either pink or blue. Yeah, the blue's not ideal. With a couple of reds open, he just has to pot it, screw back. Should have been a choice of reds.
Yeah, be pleased enough with that. Little nudge on the pink.
Yeah, probably made it sound easier than it was. Still certainly cued well to get the reaction on the white. Again, story of tonight's break building. Balls haven't been ideal, but he's been very patient, very disciplined. Without making any shot bigger than it actually is.
$51. $57. $58.
Again, just looking exactly where I'd like the white to be after playing this pink. The red to the left, would like to pot that. Obviously avoid any other balls. $64 ahead. This red, another colour.
64.
Should be the frame secured. Should be able to hold for the black.
$65.
Yeah. Bigger area playing for the pink.
Yes, I mean, this is frame ball, but he would certainly like another red just to seal the deal, and it's not a simple red that he'll be playing on. Ooh. Wow.
Mark Selby.
In concerning himself with the red, he did something I don't think Fergal and I expected. That was a surprise that he missed that.
Very uncharacteristic mistake by Mark there.
He just got himself at it a little bit, didn't he? Thinking about how much further the break could go. Maybe had he played the shot you said and held for the black, would have been in a better position. But either way, the frame is now one that it's not impossible that O'Sullivan could steal. That would be a dramatic turnaround.
You have to be conscious of the fact in potting the pink, Ronnie would still need a snooker to not do anything careless. So I think you probably overestimated the danger. Just pot the pink, play a very good safety. You're still going to stay in control.
You did something that everyone has done in the game. You almost take your eye off the pot, or certainly think maybe a little too far ahead of yourself because it was frame ball. But now the moment which would make it even more painful. O'Sullivan does need 3 reds and 3 blacks here. It wouldn't be easy to get a black with each red.
Yeah, similar pattern to earlier on, but I think of all the frames that could have the most damage, potentially, it will be this one. Not that he'd be so close to winning the frame, but it was such a terrible mistake, you would have to say, from Mark.
It's going to be a task to pop the black of that red up by his hand now at the other end of the table. Because it's one thing getting on the red, but with an angle to play on the black, then that's not easy. Any colour, that would be different. I think he'd land on the red and he'd fancy clearing. Look at this for a shot, Fergal. Goodness me, that's absolutely A1. That is brilliant.
Yeah. For a moment I think you forgot who was playing. Yeah, beautiful shot.
Well, that's a bit much, someone moving. Clearly this is a very important passage of play here, the most important in the match. O'Sullivan's played a sensational positional shot and he's got distracted by somebody.
Yeah, the black as well didn't even look like he could hit too hard.
Well, this really is quite a moment. I mean, a clearance and a half if he makes it.
39.
I don't think I've seen many better positional shots than that for a very long time. He had to get perfectly on the red with an angle to get on the black. He judged it. Like the genius he is.
41.
Yes, it did hit it with much power. Beautiful strike on the white. And Mark Selby very strong mentally. This will hurt.
You just got to do it still, hasn't he? And brown to blue is always the last possible stumbling block. Position on the blue is key.
48.
And again, just pot the blue, come off the cushion, make sure you get high on the pink.
53.
Beautiful played.
$59.
So the black for an absolutely sensational clearance. Well, what a turnaround that is from O'Sullivan. That was absolutely brilliant. Selby missing frame ball, seemingly very easy, but what a clearance from O'Sullivan. Top notch. Disappointment for Selby, but more drama here in Shanghai. So this match 7-all. I think the agony is twofold there for Mark Selby. I think he just got a bit sidetracked. He was thinking about potting the pink and then a red to follow it to guarantee the frame. Missed the frame ball, which he didn't see coming, and then to sit through that wonderful clearance would have really hurt him. But it's made this match even more fascinating than it already was, quite honestly. The most wonderful clearance you'll see.
Yeah, that's the appeal of watching Ronnie play. It's not just what he does, it's how he does it. Again, there was a big pressure clearance, but it certainly didn't look like it. Under pressure never seems to compromise his routine or shot selection.
Yeah, just it's a question of leaving the doors just slightly open, isn't it? That they just sort of burst through and walk in. It's the nature of this game. We've seen John Higgins doing that for such a long time over the course of his career, stealing frames at the last gasp. All the top players can do it, but O'Sullivan, he saw an opportunity there from nowhere, which was at the hands of a Selby error. Probably shouldn't have got the chance to clear. Anyway, it's a best of 5 from here now. It's lived up to the billing this match. It's been top-notch. And hard to think, as I say again, that this won't be a very close encounter.
Particularly so early on in the season, that these two players embroiled in such a good battle. Again, like previous frames at the start, both players battling away, looking to try and take control of the frame, get the first chance. Beautiful again.
I mean, his long game has always been a feature of his game, but still perhaps not to the extent of one or two other players in the world. And that is happening as well. And even better, he's certainly got the black into play. Is he on something? Deserves to be.
Yeah, it was noticeable yesterday's match with John Higgins. Early on, his long putting was quite poor, and then the last two frames put a good red to make a 5 and a break to make 5-all, and then the first red he got in the last frame is phenomenal, and of course made a break.
Good shot to move that red away from the other one. They were both in each other's way, and it looks like he's pushed it away from the black spot as well. So is that previous frame going to be a huge momentum shift in the whole of this match? Sullivan gets in here
14
with a good chance, and I feel like things have changed completely. If so,
15.
Yeah, Mark would have never thought after playing his last shot that he'd potentially lose the frame, but it seems just a blink of an eye. Ronnie's in prime position, and again, very rarely from here does he lose control of the white. Always seems to be in the right position, continue the break as easy as possible, with the white ball travelling as short as distance as possible. That's broke down
23.
early a couple of times this evening. We feel it's more than likely that'll change. think the last few years definitely seems more at peace playing Mark Selby. I always got a sense for years that Mark could get under his skin. I think he kind of accepted the fact that Mark plays hard, tough match snooker against everybody. He wasn't deliberately trying to do some spoiling tactics to stop Ronnie. He just concentrated on his own game and backed himself.
Yeah, I mean, I think spoiling tactics don't really work enough, do they? You've got to pot the balls in the end. I mean, that's always going to be the way to beat anybody. I know what you mean. You can put players out of their stride, and you're right. Selby has not been doing that. You know, he is a different player to O'Sullivan. I don't think Ronnie's always had the patience to deal with it. But
yeah, Selby hasn't changed. Ronnie's just had to change in accordance to playing Mark.
He's got to play a red to the middle here, which would develop another one. Important shot that it goes in for O'Sullivan.
46.
This. Almost an injection of pace in this match here with what's happened in the last 15 or so minutes.
54.
End of the previous frame and now this brilliant long red that he knocked in.
55.
Just a bit more to do. When you look at the pink, which he's not, I don't think that's what he played on. So it's a real stretch for him. Sure where the pink will go here. That's the one issue, whether it will go below its spot and the red will be pottable that's next to it. Well, clearly it won't pop now, so he's not
61.
quite done enough, unless he can play the double and get it. Well, there's your answer, and perfectly played with the cue ball as well.
Nine.
.69 ahead, just needs this thin clip red to the middle. Should avoid a ball colouring. Should, didn't. And again, has an impact. If it doesn't go off, he's 70 ahead. Going in off there. And he's 65 ahead, 67 behind. And open the door for Mark.
Well, if the last one was a turning point, this one is even more so, I think, if it could be snatched by Selby, this frame. He's going to need a lot of high value colours with the reds he takes, but he's not really in with a chance yet. But mathematically he can win the frame, which seemed unlikely.
Good length and safety by Mark there, plus as well got the black away from the pack. Might have left Ronnie shot to nothing though.
No comeback in the frame then. shot to nothing Fergal mentioned was very much a shot to nothing. I mean, what an outcome that would have been had even O'Sullivan missed the red. Anyway, he's not touching ball. He's just got to be careful that he doesn't do anything silly here.
It's foul.
Oh, it's called a foul.
Didn't move.
Wow, what a call that is.
Come on.
What a call from the referee. Is that a foul? Well, look, the point is, it was very nearly touching ball anyway.
Oh, we can Ronnie say 100% he hit it. Trying to imply that the crowd said he hit it as well.
I'm not sure how they're going to resolve this, because the referee's given it and you can't go by what the crowd say, can you?
Yeah, there was an incident earlier on the first session, which is far more critical.
Oh, it definitely moved.
Yeah.
The brown moved.
100%.
It was a legal shot. The referee needs to change that. He's got that wrong.
I think that clapping of the crowd is, they might seem to hear themselves.
Extraordinary call from the referee. Goodness me. Referee Wang Wei has decided that was no contact made. How could he possibly come up with that decision?
And if he sticks by his decision, interesting to see what Mark might do. Does he accept the referee's decision or agree with Ronnie?
Well, first of all, if I saw what happened now, I would just concede the frame if I was Mark. If I'd seen the foul, and that would move on, because for me, it's pretty obvious that he hit it. Ronnie is not going to make that up. And yeah, I mean, the brown has obviously and clearly moved. Not much, but doesn't have to be much. Are we in agreement, Fergal?
Absolutely.
No foul. He's going to have to reverse this, I'm afraid. He's put himself in a bad position, this referee. Whether he was actually in a bad position at the time, literally, to see it.
Okay. Frame conceded.
Okay, so no foul, so he's reversed it, but the frame is conceded because Mark Selby too many behind. He's in a pretty vile snooker as well, because the foul was changed. But what a dramatic moment that was. The bottom line is, it's Ronnie O'Sullivan who has won a match in this extraordinary.
Mark Selby.
Well, players just resumed. Referee has set the balls up very hastily there, and we're underway again here in Shanghai. We've had a dramatic couple of frames in very different ways for different reasons. The clearance from O'Sullivan was sublime, and then that extraordinary decision of referee Wang Wei, who thought O'Sullivan had fouled when it was pretty apparent to almost everyone else in the building he hadn't. He reversed it, so all's good, but ultimately O'Sullivan won up at 8-7. Just on that, you were speaking, Fergal, about this morning, that frame 3 where he gave a decision, he fouled O'Sullivan for what looked as simultaneous contact between red and black. I must say, I thought that was a good call, because at first I thought he'd hit the red, but you know, it was so close, it's hard to say that he got it wrong.
Yeah, I think it was probably simultaneous, which obviously a foul. And to correct the referee there, he obviously made a mistake at first, but he didn't compound the mistake by getting stubborn. He realised his mistake and changed, and as I said, crisis averted. It'll be really interesting to see, as I said, what Mark would have done. Mark will be relieved that Ronnie missed that long pot. Again, important for Mark to re-establish himself. back in the match. Obviously he's done it before, but he doesn't want to be 2 frames down with 3 to play. Yeah, and we're looking to get that red away from the black. Might take a shot or two, but it's the key to trying to make a break here. He's on it straight away.
6.
Yeah, I mean, Mark Selby's had a couple of setbacks in the last 2 frames to lose them both, but he's still in a position of getting back into this match quite comfortably. If he wins this frame, we're back to all square again. He's not out of it by any means. He's got to shake off a couple of disappointments, which he can do, of course.
Yeah, awkward queuing here. Not so much to pot it, but ideally, obviously, like to try and get up to the blue. Might settle for just potting it and leave himself low on the blue. The more power he puts into it, more likely to miss it. And I would like to be perfect straight away in 1 shot. I think this is one type of instance where I take 2 shots. Don't miss the red, trying to be too clever. Again, like he did in the previous shot when he's bridging over, kept the exact same technique. There can be a tendency with those shots to cue a bit quicker and nearly get them out of the way, but at the same delivery, same pause, the back. And again, I said it's taken 2 good pots, but he's now back in prime position.
22. $23.
Seems a lot of frames these days come down to getting an ideal position on the black to go into them, or also the blue. I think for a season, if you could be perfect on the black and perfect on the blue, almost guaranteed probably have your best season ever.
28.
Just looking here, after potting this red, the red that's at the bottom of the pack, not only that it goes, but where would you like the white to be, so when it pots it, it'll disturb the rest of the pack. But again, got too preoccupied with that. Instead of playing just 1 shot at a time, missed that and actually hit it quite badly. Probably more like just a lapse of concentration rather than the difficulty of the shot.
Well, he's on the walk, wasn't he? You think he believed he'd got it, which makes me think that you're right when you say he was preoccupied by position. He was thinking ahead too far, perhaps, and briefly forgot about potting the ball. It's quite an important miss. Just a sign of disappointment as he sort of trudged back to his seat there, Selby. Had a lot to contend with in the last 2 and a bit frames.
9.
Yeah, that's where he wanted to be. Ronnie would be a bit disappointed there. Quite judge it. Come through a little bit further than he would have liked. Again, just accepted where he was, made sure of it, left himself a mid-range pot. Could have been tempted to try and dig in to the white and split the pack. Beautifully struck.
17.
Yeah, a delightful shot, wasn't it? Just the control of it, the way he hit the cue ball, it just pinged back off the pink ball. It's absolute delight to see a shot like that. I do think that great players can read signs, they can see weakness
22.
And O'Sullivan, I think, smells blood here with a chance to press on in this match.
Yeah, he certainly did yesterday against John Higgins.
23.
John surprisingly didn't put him to bed in the last 2 frames. As you said, it was like a switch was put on, became a different animal.
He had 1 or 2 problems with his cue ball control earlier. He was a little disgusted at the evening session, a couple of shots he played. But he seems to have overcome that now
31.
with a few positional shots which are out of the O'Sullivan specials. Putting it on a sixpence.
And even if Mark
39.
isn't affected psychologically by losing these last 2 frames, it just means he could potentially be running out of time. Ronnie, of course, will be on 9, just need 1 more. It said that
46.
that red in the side cushion we didn't want. It just makes this red a little bit more difficult. Needs to hit low on it to try and hold it, the blue.
47.
Again, looked simple there, but beautiful control, beautiful delivery of the cue. It would have been very easy to let the white ball go too far. Yeah, back in prime position.
Just check the score briefly there. He knows that whatever's in the middle of the table is more than enough to get this frame on as well.
53.
Well, certainly coming into this event, there are questions to be answered by O'Sullivan. Not about him as a player, he's the greatest we've ever seen, but where his game is right now.
61.
That was the question. People were asking that. He hadn't played him since Luca Brissell knocked him out of the World Championships. I think he's just answering these questions here. Whatever happens for the remainder of the tournament, that his match game
68.
is right up there, and this is a frame ball.
59.
Yeah, he said yesterday after his win that he hasn't played well in 18 months.
76.
I'd love his bad game.
Yeah, I don't know if the spark has been there that we sometimes see with O'Sullivan and people anticipate seeing, but certainly occasions like this are enough to really
82.
get the juices flowing for O'Sullivan. And he's at the point now where he's a frame away from a pretty famous victory, it has to be said. When he get the century. Wow, I think he will now.
87.
He's already got 1,206 in his career. And this one is an important one.
91.
Of course, Mark Selby's not going to give up.
Well, what about that? O'Sullivan has really sprung into life in the last 3 frames. Selby looked like taking a 2-frame lead, but O'Sullivan has come back. He's made his 1,207th century, and now it's the Rocket, Ronnie O'Sullivan. Now, certainly matches of any duration can change on one shot. Now, this match is not over, but the pink that Mark Selby missed to go 8-6 up, this turned out into almost a seismic shift in the way this match has been played out since.
Yeah, very frustrating, I'd say, for Ronnie there. Straight away has the momentum. And straight away, cheaply he's given Mark a chance.
Yes, and as we said earlier, he isn't going to give up, but he must feel a little bit shaky the way that combination of a mistake or two by him and O'Sullivan springing into action has turned things around. He's got to stop the flow here very quickly.
Selby 4.
Quite a telling miss there, I think. I think if the previous frames went differently, I don't think he'd miss that.
Yeah, he wasn't on it perfectly, but like you say, expected him to get it. Maybe he was worried about the cannon on the reds. He wanted to pot it in the thick side of the pocket. Maybe O'Sullivan an early in. He's not going to help Mark Selby's chances of getting back into this match.
Yeah, nice glance actually there on the brown. Looks like a perfect angle. Pot this just before the middle pocket. Strong left-hand side. We're just going to slid off the side of the pack.
5.
Ideally probably could have hit some of the reds rather than the pink.
RonnieO'Sullivan 5.
Yeah, choice of reds there. The other red that he could have played the straighter one, which was below the one he missed, would have been, I guess, a tougher pot. Still got to get over the line, hasn't he? You know, he has made a real burst towards the winning line here, O'Sullivan, but you've always got to win that frame that gets you to 10 in matches like this. Doesn't want to labour the point, he wants to get there quickly.
Yeah, and twice over the years in finals, actually Mark's won the last 4 frames to beat him. Never gives up Mark, of course. Can't take anything for granted. I'm sure both players remember those comebacks quite well, for obviously various different reasons.
Selby 4.
Well, they'd be annoyed. I mean, to going off might be a slightly better outcome than hitting the jaw and seeing the cue will come back towards the reds. It all depends on the next shot from Selby with ball in hand.
Yeah, difficult shot. And of course he knows if he misses it, there's every chance he'll leave a red. Just to commit fully to the pot. The black's there waiting for him.
Well, if he was playing well, he would have knocked it in. Of course, it was a long red. Those are never easy, but just the shift in this match makes shots like that even more difficult, I think. A lot of this game is played between the ears.
It wasn't so much even the difficulty of the pot, just the consequences of it. Which weren't helped, of course, by what's happened the last half hour or so. for somebody like Ronnie, you'd have to be in this
6.
his first opportunity. Of course, needs a bit of work to get them ideal.
Seven.
Just looking to see, does that red at the bottom of the pack go? Like the difficult red here.
14.
Again, just has to pot it. If it doesn't have an angle, just drop it in dead weight. Leave the blue then into the green pocket with a red to wait.
15.
Played out well.
What a chance this is to get the match won.
20.
You think about one frame in a best of 19 not being important, but looked like it was going to be 8-6 and a 2-frame lead for Selby. It was only 7-all after that clearance, but it just feels that there's only one of the two players going to be happy at 7-all. And it's not going to be Selby. Just the way the frame went. And since then, it's been one-way traffic.
Yeah, it seemed to change the whole dynamics of the match. 8-6 up marks in control. Again, Ronnie looking to solve the puzzle. Playing this red, but
26.
ideally I'd like to get the red that's to the left hand side of the table. He's actually on it now, I think. Yeah.
27.
Then typical Ronnie straight away identified it, the key red. Backed himself to get in perfect position.
34. 35.
Just overscrewed a fraction there. Playing this red has to glance off the red. It's
41.
not guaranteed to get onto the black. If you can play it well, might even take an extra red or two away. Not as he planned though. Judged it quite well. Low on the black here. So look at the cannon into these. You feel if this cannon goes right, should be the end of the match.
Yeah, and he might have been aware of that, actually screwing off the bunch onto that red.
49.
Would have been the immediate plan, but he knew it could happen. So he's almost there now, and it's been a terrific game of snooker this, although
50.
looking very tight, nip and tuck. One shot I think changed it, the Selby miss for frame ball to go 8-6 up, and he's not been the same player since. O'Sullivan has been all over him. Just got to finish it off here, but he's got a real spring in his step now, O'Sullivan. He sees the winning line.
55.
Yeah, even that last red he played, just to get perfect on the blue is crucial.
56.
The ball has many strengths. I think getting perfect on the blue seems to do it more often than anybody else. Makes break building a lot easier. Just that pink now. 59 ahead. 59 left.
62.
Well, it's just about done, isn't it, this match? What a game it's been. This is match ball. So I think this will be a very satisfying victory for Ronnie O'Sullivan. As I say, there's been some doubts as to exactly where his game is, certainly from people who appreciate he's not played for many months. Certainly
69.
all the practice in the world is nothing like a match, and this has been a real
70.
match against a consummate match player, and he's come through it flying colours.
Yeah, not so much the win, just even the manner of the win.
77.
If you'd just seen his interview after, how he rates this, probably
78.
just above average, I'd say. But again, it's been a fantastic performance. But Mark will be ruining, regretting that miss on the pink. Again, if he goes 8-6 up,
85.
he could be telling a different story now.
86.
Well, Neil Robertson or Luca Brissell await him in the final.
91.
That'll be tomorrow.
93.
The feature of both of these matches is the way that he's finished them. You know, the match with John Higgins
96.
from 5-2 down, he wasn't playing brilliantly, but he swept past John in the end. John made a mistake,
100.
took full advantage. The same kind of things happened here. He's finished really powerfully in this match. Somebody shouts brilliant, and it is. It's been a great
105.
game.
Eleven.
Sensational. What a match, what a player, what a champion. Mark Selby very gracious in defeat. He'll be disappointed the way that it panned out. But of course the rocket RonnieO'Sullivan, the way he came through and has won, reeled off 4 in a row and has beaten Mark Selby 10-70 into Sunday's final here in Shanghai. Great performance, and the crowd absolutely loved what they saw.